questions of the committee, and then we'll go to staff. So Representative Turner, you want to lead us off?
Yes, good morning. My name is Carl Turner. I'm with House District 28, which is Leawood and Overland Park on the eastern side of the state.
Good morning, Representative Hsu, House District 25, Northeast Johnson County.
Good morning, Mike Fagg, District 14. It's down El Dorado, McPherson area.
Nick Hoheisel, 97th District, basically all of Southwest Wichita, and I chair the House Financial Institutions and Pensions Committee.
Senator Pat Petty, 6th District, mostly Wyandotte County and a small portion of Johnson County.
Representative Cindy Niebuhr, District 18, which is the center heart of Shawnee.
Laura Williams, House District 30, which is parts of Lenexa and Olathe.
Senator Brenda Dietrich, I am Senate District 20, Southwest Shawnee County and all of Wabunsee County.
I'm Senator Jeff Longbine. I represent the 17th District. Unofficially, my term will be ending about 27 hours from now, not that I'm counting, but I guess I do have to serve until January, but tomorrow my work will be completed. So, staff?
Stephen Wu, Legislative Research.
Mike Ditch, Legislative Research.
Eileen Ma, Revisor's Office.
David Weiss, Revisor's Office.
Suzanne Nelson, Committee Secretary.
Okay, thank you very much. The first item on our agenda is a review of the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, a legislation that was considered during the 24 session. David, you want to take us through that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Yes, during the 2024 session, there were a couple bills enacted into law. HB 2711 was really sort of the omnibus keepers legislation for the 2024 session. This had, as part of it, the Countries of Concern Divestment Act. This was the act that requires keepers to divest from and make no new investments in any country of concern. Those countries of concern were defined as China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and Venezuela. Under the act, KPERS is required to remove from the system's investments at least 50% of all publicly traded securities of any country of concern or person owned or controlled by or subject to the jurisdiction of a country of concern not later than July 1 of 2025. And they would have to remove 100% of those assets not later than January 1st of 2026. KPERS is also prohibited from knowingly acquiring any such assets after the effective date of the bill, July 1 of 2024, or from making any deposit to any bank domiciled in one of those countries of concern. The act also requires KPERS to divest from any indirect holdings in actively or passively managed investment funds that have these securities of countries of concern. An exception was made for real estate or private equity investments that had been made prior to the effective date of the bill, but no new investments in any of those real estate or private equity markets could be made after July 1 of this year, 2024. The act further requires that not later than the first day of the regular session each year, KPERS must file a report with the legislature and with this committee, Joint Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Benefits, that identifies all the securities divested in compliance with the act, identifies any amendments made to add or remove a country of concern, and summarizes any changes made to those indirect real estate or private equity investment holdings concerning countries of concern. The act does have a expiration date built in of July 1, 2029, and then during the summer of 2028, KPERS is required to notify the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the chairperson of this committee that the act is scheduled to expire on July 1, 2029, just to kind of give a heads up that act is coming up for sunset. There were other KPERS provisions within the greater HB 2711 The bill also then increased the statutory investment, alternative investment percentage cap from 15% to 25% of the total investment portfolio. It did increase the amount of retirement compensation earned in a calendar year that would be subject to the statutory employer contribution rate. That had been at $25,000. The bill raised it to $40,000. Then all amounts over that $40,000 threshold would still be subject to the 30% employer contribution rate. The bill also provided a working after retirement exemption for retirees employed in licensed professional nurse, licensed practical nurse, or direct support position of a community developmental disability organization or a community service provider. The bill also increased the working after retirement earnings limit for KPNF members who returned to work for the same employer. It was at $25,000, matched the $40,000. And then the lump sum death benefit was also increased from $4,000 to $6,000. 2711 became law without the governor's signature on April 25th of this year. Then one other one that was kind of that had a little bit of a keepers component was House Bill 2483. This was a greater sort of legislative post-audit bill, but as part of that bill, it did repeal KSA 461136. That was a statute that required at least once every 3 years that the Legislative Post-Audit Committee direct a post-audit to conduct a performance audit of KPERS. So that's been repealed now, and they'll no longer be doing that performance audit. Then during the 2024 session, there were a couple other bills that had some sort of legislative action consideration. The first was House Bill 2646, which was substitute for 2646 by the Committee on Education. They had removed the underlying contents of that bill and inserted the contents of Senate Bill 479, which would have transferred on January 1, 2025, all active and inactive teacher members enrolled in the KPERS 3 plan and would transfer them back into KPERS 2. The bill would have also provided that any teacher who was first employed, so any new hire after July 1 of 2024 would become a member of KPERS 2. So pretty much all the KPERS teacher members would be now in Tier 2 and not in the cash balance plan Tier 3. And then they also provide a definition of teacher within that bill. So that bill came out of the Education Committee, but then was re-referred jointly to the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, and the bill died in committee. Also note that there was also, on the House side, there's also House Bill 2659, which had those same provisions, but there was no action taken on that bill in the House. And then the other legislation with some consideration was Senate Bill 505. This would increase the retirement benefit multiplier for members of the KPERS correctional group from the 1.85% to 2%. The Senate Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance amended the bill to provide that increased multiplier would be for only participating service earned as a KPERS correctional employee, and then also had an amendment to actually make a transfer of $22 million from the State General Fund to the KPERS Trust Fund for the full payment of the unfunded actual liability that would be incurred by increasing the multiplier. That bill, though, died on the Senate calendar. And then I just also include a few other bills that were KPERS legislation that were introduced but had no formal committee action or other action. I will point out Senate Bill 388. That policy did become part of the 2711 with that increase to the retirement compensation subject to the statutory contribution rate. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I can stand for any questions.
David, thank you very much. Committee, are there questions? See none? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Turner.
Thank you. Say, refresh my memory on, it's on page 2, where it says increase the amount of retirement compensation subject to the statutory contribution rate from 25 to 40, and all amounts over 40 are now on the 30. So what does that mean in that 15,000? What?
Yes, thank you, Representative, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, under current laws, so there's the statutory employer contribution, which I might have to look down. It's about 12% right now. So that when a retirant, they retire and they come back to work for a KPERS employer, they can earn up to, in a calendar year, so starting January through, they can earn up to 25, before it was 25,000, that would be, the employer then have to pay on that, like that 11 to 12%. And then if they started to earn more than that, 25,000, it would have kicked up to the 30% on that additional compensation. So now this has moved to 40,000. So it's just, there's an additional amount that employees can earn, retirements can earn, that are subject, the employer has to pay less on before they hit that 30% threshold. So it's.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are there additional questions? See none. Thank you, David. Let's now turn our attention to Alan Conroy, who is going to give us a actuarial valuation and update on the pensions.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to be here, and certainly appreciate you on the agenda taking the actuarial valuation topic early in the day and not after lunch. Got a lot of information here, and of course, certainly be glad to respond to any questions at the appropriate time as determined by the chair. Overall, the valuation, and I think it's there in your notebooks behind tab A, is, of course, just real briefly, page 2, just to remind you, of course, there's 3 retirement system, regular keepers, police and fire, and the retirement system for judges, 1,500 employers. So, of course, the state, all the school districts, all the counties, almost all the cities, City of Wichita's has their own system large enough to do that. There's just a handful of others, but most of the other cities, all the counties, then you get into all those special purpose districts, public libraries, hospitals, community college, conservation districts, and so forth. Page 3 is just just a recap. Of course, as a trust fund, we have a board of trustees. Ernie Claudel here in the audience is our vice chair of the board this year. And then Rich Prail is our newest member, a retired legislator, a retired banker from Parsons. He was just appointed by the Speaker of the House when Derek Kreifels resigned for business reasons. So there's 9 members, of course, 4 appointed by the governor. The members get to elect 2, one on the school side, one on the non-school side, one appointed by the Speaker, the one appointed by the President, and then the state treasurer by virtue of the office. On slide 4 then is just the recap of the topics that are within this valuation, actuarial valuation presentation. Of course, just remind you of the purpose of that valuation, give you some of the system statistics that come out of that, the funded status, of course, and then those projections, current and going forward, the impact of those legislative actions, and then those employer contributions, as David was just talking about. Slide 5, then, just the annual actuarial evaluation. It's required by statute that the board have one every year to gather this information. And really, in its simplest form, of course, the report's very long and has lots of actuarial information in it, but it really it's just a measurement of the assets and the liability of the trust fund. And so it's that annual sort of report then that summarizes all those assets, all those liabilities. The valuation also provides then, the best estimate, I guess, based on this valuation for ultimate costs as we go forward, those projected future benefits using the actuarial assumptions, called the present value of future benefits in today's dollars. And then there's a cost method then to allocate out the benefit costs based on periods of service. And then also the valuation makes a recommendation to the Board of Trustees to set the contribution rates, and there's a delay in it by statute, but so this valuation will set the contribution rates for fiscal year 2027 for the state and school employers, and calendar year 2026 for local employers. And then all the valuation then, as bills are introduced, this is the valuation information or the actuarial information that's utilized by the actuary to help us with the fiscal note on any legislation that might be introduced. Slide 6 then just kind of recaps in that thick actuarial valuation report. And the first point is perhaps the most important, and maybe out of all this information you hear from us today, this might be one thing you might take home with you. All the groups remain at the full actuarially required rate of contribution. And that's so important to long-term funding. Now we're in that 6th, 7th year of that happen. Prior to that, there were 25 years where the state was not able to make that actuarially required rate. And of course, if you remember, the state pays all the employer contributions for school districts in the state as part of state aid to education. And so for 25 years, contributions were always made, but it was not at the level that the actuary had recommended, nor that the board had requested. And so that shortfall, doesn't go away. It just rolls to that unfunded actuarial liability. And as we talk about that, the largest single factor in the size of that unfunded liability is those 25 years of the employers paying less than what the actuary said they should have. The other thing on the findings, of course, the net investment returns, and this is for calendar year 2023. The valuation is done on a calendar year basis, reported to the board then the following July. Those net investment returns for calendar year 2023 were at 10.6% on the market value of assets, so that's very good. And then there's this actuarial smoothing on the return, and we'll talk more about that, but that where you kind of average gains and losses over 5 years, and that pulled it down to 6.9%. The assumed rate of return that the board has set is 7%. So on the net investment returns on the market value, certainly above that. On the actuarial smoothing rate, just slightly below that at 6.9%. The overall funded actuarial liability slightly increased. It's only $100 million, but when you're at $9.6 billion, it did go up to $9.7 billion, and a lot of that is this smoothing from the downturn in 2022. And some of you may remember, of course, investments is so time sensitive. There was a big downturn in the market in December of 2022. And of course, this valuation is always based on the status at the end of December. But then in January, the market took back off. And so there's a lot of growth as reflected in these numbers. But anyway, all that worked through, and there was a slight increase of $100 million. So the unfunded actuarial liability is $9.7 billion, and of course, that's the B. Then there's the funded ratio, and we'll talk more about this, but that's just assets to liabilities. You want to be at 100%. You want to at least be over 80% on your way to 100%. So as those fluctuations in the market go up and down, then the funded ratio, the assets in the trust fund can weather those downturns that will certainly come one day. Hopefully not soon, but I think history will say it will. There'll be another one at some point in the future. So all of that really, in the big sense of thing, the takeaways, the valuation is good news. Employers are paying what they're supposed to, had good investment returns. The unfunded liability basically stayed about the same, and the funded ratio improved up to 74%. From that 73.4% the year before. And maybe just one other thing on that funded ratio. I mean, the low point was in 2012. We were down to about 56%, and you get in that spiral. So at some point, if the funded ratio gets so low, you can't really invest your way out of that, and then you've got some big funding problems that you all as policymakers would certainly need to deal with. So as we look to membership on slide 7 then, so the active members, there's about 154,000 active members, and those active members range in age from 16. And so here's something you can shoot for. Active membership 91. So, you may have a few years. Senator Longbind is still not too late. Maybe another avenue, but 91 and still working. We do know, we'll talk a little bit, I'll just say we do know it is a school member, and I think I've said this before, we're pretty sure they're not a bus school bus driver, but they are working for a local school. So KPERS 3, as you may know, is there's 3 groups that have been designed, implemented by the legislature over the year. KPERS 1, over 42,000 members, and those have a membership date before July 1st of 2009. KPERS 2, and we'll talk more about this as we get into it, but have membership dates. There's about 23,000 of those, July 1st, 2009 to December 1st of 2014. And then the largest group now is KPERS 3. Over half of the active members belong to KPERS 3, almost 80,000, and that's membership dates since January 1st of 2015. The school groups there, the little pie chart on the left, you can see the school group makes up over half of the active members, over 50, almost 57%. So 87,000 school members across the state are active KPERS members. Just in terms of some averages, for KPERS members, it's 10.4 years of service, an average salary of about $51,000 a year. KPNF, also 10.4 years of service, salary of about $80,000. And then the judges retirement system, 9.3 years of service and a salary of about $127,000. Slide 8 then just gives you some additional information in those colors. The blue are the KPERS 1 members. I'm sorry, the KPERS 3 members. Kind of the purple is KPERS 2, and then the green is KPERS 1. And you can see that on the left table there, in terms of, as you see, particularly KPERS 3 starting, in 2015, of course, shorter service. Those people by age probably, or it's more on the left. You can see that. Of course, then the orange is KPNF. And so forth. And then as you get further to the right and increasing age, you can see the KPERS 1 members in particular. There's more of those, of course, that are older. And there's that note there about the active oldest member is 91. As you look to the service distribution on the right-hand chart, you can see, again, those KPERS 3 members in the blue, of course, as you'd expect, have less than basically 10 years. A lot of them have less than 5 years. And I think this, in one way, notes, I think, just the amount of turnover in public service, state, school, local, those people that have come and for whatever reason may leave public service to pursue another career. And so you can see that sort of people sort of coming and going based on those high numbers, particularly with less than 10 years of service. Just remind you that the KPERS 2 is open, but only for correctional officers. So if a new correctional officer is hired today, they don't go into KPERS 3, they go into KPERS 2. And that was part of the policy decision, particularly in terms of retention of correctional officers, to not move them to KPERS 3, but leave them to KPERS 2. Also, just in terms of the tidbits there, if you look on the far right of that second table, so what's our longest active member who's a state employee, is working 56 years, and is still coming to work every day and making a contribution. We do know it's a state employee. I do know it's not a KPERS employee, though, so might be a reviser. I don't know, maybe it's a reviser, but yeah, I guess our reviser is here. Yes, but I'm not sure it's him. I wouldn't disclose that. So anyway, just so 56 years, certainly. So contributing, making contributions, earning service credit. As we look to slide 9, then just changing gears a bit. Those in terms of the retired members. There's over 116,000 retirees and beneficiaries across the state. Again, they range in age from 50, because you can retire early retirement, up to 109. So again, the longevity, I think, of public servants, particularly female school teachers is certainly long longevity. And so our oldest living member is 109. Beneficiaries range from 15 to 107. It's just, I don't think it's, we did look up the other day, so our longest retired person retired in March of 1967. So they've been drawing a CAPERS benefit for 57 years. And they earned it, they paid into it, they did their part, and now it's up to the trust fund then to pay that lifetime benefit. And that, I think, just emphasizes, a defined benefit plan, that's part of the deal. They collect that. It's not like a 401k. They collect that. It's a guaranteed lifetime benefit. And so we paid that individual 57 years. As we look to average retirement benefits, of course, school is the largest group, as you'd expect, of retirees, almost 54% over almost 63,000 school members. The CAPERS retiree benefit is about $16,800 per year, so about $1,400 a month. KPNF, the benefit, different benefit structure, different design, is about $42,670 per year, so about $3,500 per month. Judges, the average benefit is about $48,000, almost $4,000 a month. And 88% of retirement benefits are paid to retirees who live in Kansas. So the vast majority of them stay here. Some of our other addresses that are popular, certainly as you might expect, Missouri, Texas, Arizona, Florida, have some sizable amount of CAPERS retirees that make up that other 12%, and then we even have a few that live overseas. Slide 10 is just a graphic. It just shows by county then the number of retirees, and the darker the color, of course, it's just those heat maps that shows the number of CAPERS retirees in those counties, and you can see probably as you'd expect, Johnson County with 2,500, Shawnee with almost 10,000, Sedgwick with upwards of over 10,000, and you can see that for all 105 counties. On slide 11 then just takes by county and shows the average monthly benefit for retirees, and again, the darker the blue, the higher the average monthly benefit is. And just remind you, of course, for CAPERS 1 and 2, that monthly retirement benefit can be affected, of course, by how long they worked, what their salary was, and did they decide to take a partial lump sum when they retired, or are they taking it all in retirement benefits? Slide 12 then, just, you'll be hearing more on investments, but just a snapshot in terms of it just really emphasizes here, I think, the importance of funding to the trust fund. And over half of the revenue to the trust fund comes on the investment side, the investment returns. About a third comes from employer contributions, and then about 15% from member contributions. As I mentioned, that total return was over 10% for the calendar year. Our annual financial report is on a fiscal year basis, so the fiscal year that just ended this last June, it was 9.7%. And in that chart on the lower right-hand column there of the slide, you can see that dotted line is that 7% assumed rate of return. And you can see 1 year we beat that, did not for the 3-year return, and that's because of that 2022, but 5 years, 10 years, and then 25 years, we're right at that 7%. Slide 13 just provides a little more information on those historical these are fiscal year returns. And as you can see, going back to 2005, and you can see the big downturn in 2008 and 2009, where the trust fund in 2009 lost almost 20% in one fiscal year. But then you can see how it bounced back in 2010 and 2011 with a 22% return. And so up and down, of course, as you might expect in terms of investments over this time period in this chart. There were 8 years that it was less than that assumed rate of return. There were 12 years that it was greater than that. So about 60% of the time, the portfolio has been able to beat that 7% assumed rate of return. And again, you want high returns, get that funded ratio up to absorb any downturns that might come. Slide 14 just then turns to the unfunded actuarial liability and just briefly how it's developed. And it's just really those actuarial liabilities minus the actuarial assets, and then whatever's the difference is, then that gets you to that unfunded actuarial liability. And so the liability then is used to project future benefits using those actuarial assumptions. Again, calculate those future benefits, apply the cost method for periods of service. There's an actuarial value of assets. It's that smooth value, so you take the returns for a particular year and then you divide it over 5 years. And that's to help take out sort of the ups and downs when you get to setting the employer contribution. So it's smoothed, and so there's not big swings, particularly, well, for the state and for cities and counties as they're trying to do their budget, there would not be a big swing. Let's say if the market did go down and the rate would go up, this spreads it over five years. Slide 15 just looks at that. Then the total actuarial liability for the entire system, we're at $37 billion with the B. Our actuarial assets at the end of December of last year, we're at about $27.5 billion. And so the unfunded actuarial liability is $9.7 billion that I mentioned earlier. Slide 16 then, again, just reminding that the market value of assets is not used in the valuation. It's this smoothing method. And again, it's spread over 5 years, give that stability to the employer contribution rates. It's assumed that it's going to be, the expected return is 7%. And if it's up or below that, then again, it's spread over the next 5 years. You can see, and there's a chart actually on 17, but the chart on page 16 just shows you the $26.4 billion is, let's see, is the market value, and then the actuarial value, I'm sorry, market value, yeah, is that right? Market, yeah. And then value there is the $27.6 billion, and you can see there's just a little difference there between the two. The on slide 17, though, is that just a reflection of those deferred investment income. Again, that 10.6, then you get to the 6.9 for actuarial purposes, because you take in then 20% of the returns, in this case in 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020. And 4 of those years are up. 2022 was down in a big way. And so of that loss in 2022, 40% has been recognized, 60% is yet to come. And so again, it's just that smoothing of the ups and downs. But the actuarial value of the assets was that $27.6 billion, as indicated earlier. And just as a point of reference, calendar year 2029, the market value was actually, it was down that 9.8%. Slide 18 just looks at the funded status. Again, assets to liability went from 73.4% to 74%. So 9.6 to about $9.7 billion. That investment return, of course, in calendar year 2023 certainly helped. And again, that'll be spread out for the next year. And if you just look at state school, we're at 75.2%. And again, all the employer contribution rates remain the same. And there you can see the contribution rate, 11.54, 11.68, and then going to 11.32 for fiscal year 2027. Slide 19 just gives you a little more detail. There's, by statute, the state group is calculated by itself, the school group is calculated by itself, and then there's a unified or combined rate of state school to get you to the, so for the state school, the unfunded liability of the 9.7 is $6.2 billion, again, 75% funded. Locals at about 72, KPNF a little over 70, and judges at 94%. For the grand total then of the entire system, all three plans gets you to that 9.7 billion, 74% funded. On slide 20 then just looks at some of the factors that can affect the unfunded liability, and that red circle there, that zero in millions, that's the good news. That's the takeaway point. Again, it shows that the statutory contribution rate is being paid, and so there's no additional liability being added because that rate is not being satisfied. And then just in terms of the history and kind of the age of the plan, the amortization method there, and this is a table where parentheses are good as opposed to maybe going the wrong way. Because of that, we're actually, because of the time left on paying off that unfunded liability, we're actually paying more, we're paying down the principal. The interest on the fund is less than the contribution, so the liability actually went down a couple of $100 million because now we're at the point, we're at the age of a system where we're paying more than we're taking in on the liabilities for this year, and so that's a good thing. The experience, demographics, there went the other way than what was anticipated or what was assumed. Certainly higher than expected salaries was a part of it, and of course higher salaries ultimately translated into higher retirement benefits, so higher liabilities, and so that's, as you might expect, with salaries going up really in public sector across the nation, that's certainly a trend you see in lots of public pension plans, that the anticipated salary rate is less than that 3% that's assumed. Is actual salaries turn out to be higher than that. And then there were just some adjustments made based on the experience study. Maybe the notable one was, again, the mortality table was changed to reflect a little bit longer longevity, and so that that was part of that calculation. So those are just the pieces, parts to get you to that $9.7 billion and the changes from 2022 to 2023. Slide 21 then just looks at those employer contributions that we mentioned. Again, it's set by statute, so there's kind of a time lag. So this valuation sets the contribution rates beginning in 2026, so that means fiscal year 2027 for state school, calendar year 2026 for locals. And so for 2027 then, that contribution rate is 11.3%. So again, this will be the 7th consecutive valuation that actuarial contribution rate is being paid. And again, that's certainly the good news, and that's certainly an important takeaway from the valuation. Locals reached that employer actuarially required contribution rate in 2015. So that is good. And you can just see those rates. The state's going from that 11.33 in 26 down to 10.98 for 27. The local rate is going down to 9.7, 2025, down to 9.59 in calendar year 2026. So good news, next time you're talking to your county commissioners or city, the CAPERS rates, there's going to be a little saving in that required CAPERS contribution rate that they pay for their employees. Slide 27 then, again, just emphasizes it's that actuarial rate versus statutory, and you can see those 0, 0, 0, 0. That's exactly what you want. That means the employers are paying what they're supposed to. Again, a number of years ago, when that, mentioned that state rate and the school rate are put together once the contribution rate's set. And so actually the state is over contributing by 0.3% for just state employees. And then that calculation, and you can see the school rate is, they're almost there. The actual rate is 11.41 versus 11.32. But then when you combine both group, it gets you to that 11.32 for state and school. And again, the state pays all the state, of course, and all the school employees. As we look to funding projections on slide 23, of course, these are just the best estimates, and we always like to hold our actuaries' feet to the fire, you know, that they're numbers and these are exact. And of course, she always says, no, these are estimates, these are our best guess for today, and all those good things. But it does assume, you know, they're based on that 7% return, all those actuarial assumptions, so salary, mortality, you know, service length, all those things that go into the valuation are there. Of course, the current law provisions of the plan, of course, and the contributions are paid, and that as new people come in, their age, service, if they have any, would be very similar to what the current makeup is of the CAPER's active employees. So slide 24, the valuation then, funded ratio for state school, that's 75.2, total system 74, the rate 11.32, and again, that actuarial history rate for the state, that happened in the 2017 valuation, and it was 14.23% in 2021. Now it's down to 0.11332. And then you can see, again, as we mentioned, the actuarial rate declined slightly from the 11.68 in 26 to the projection now 11.32 for 2027. On slide 27, then, just assumes that if all these assumptions were met, the state school rate is probably going to stabilize around 12%, 12.5%. We think they're still, of course, swallowing those pieces, parts of the 2022 investment downturn. So as that gets through the system, then that will help the funded ratio and help lower contributions. The current legacy part of the unfunded actuarial liability, so the unfunded actuarial liability is currently scheduled to be paid off in 2039. So still a ways out, but in actuarial world, that's almost in shouting distance, and often the actuarial people will say, the consultants will say, if you get within about less than 10 years, then you ought to think about sort of looking at maybe changing that valuation date, because generally people, you never get quite to that paying off the full valuation. But anyway, it's I think that's good news there, that there is on the distant horizon paying off that unfunded liability. And of course, for the state school, currently the state's paying about $700 million general fund a year to CAPERS for employee contributions. So you can mark your calendars, 2039, you will have maybe $1 billion by then of money that you won't have to pay to CAPERS, be available for other needs or issues, however you want to address that. And then so finally on slide 26 then, just in terms of funding, again, we beat the 7% in terms of the market. The funded ratio improved to 74%. Everybody's paying what they're supposed to, and the assets are at $28 billion. And I always tell people, even though we're at 75% funded, retirees, active people should never have to worry about the trust fund not being there and to have the resources and the assets to pay the promised benefits. They did their work, they provided the service, they paid in over their working career, and it's up to CAPERS and the trust fund to be there to pay that promised benefit. And I have no doubt that we'll be able to do that well into the future. So Mr. Chairman, that's a semi-brief overview of the evaluation, maybe not, but
As always, very informative, very professional. We appreciate the update. Committee, are there questions? Senator Petty?
Thank you. So I was just, Alan, as always, is always informative and overload, but you mentioned about once a system gets within 10 years of being fully funded, that looking at, I'm not sure I followed the looking at some changes.
right, and I'm sorry, that would be, so as that window of paying down the unfunded liability gets smaller and smaller, again, you get back to that, because then, so maybe you only have 5 years to pay it off. Well, if the rate, the investment income, the experience goes up, then those rates can really start gyrating as you get closer and closer to paying it off. So again, just in terms of, I guess, having a smooth rate that employers can plan on and account for and budget for, that's, so sometimes the actuary will say, well, rather than that window getting so small, maybe add another 10 years on it. So then it's out 12 years and it allows for that smoothing to continue to take place. But public pension plan, there's some that are 100% funded, over 100% funded, and clearly that's our goal, and that's where we want to be, if that helps you answer.
Yes, it does. And Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions, but I'll spread them out. You mentioned about, I think it was back on slide 21, about that we're seeing higher salaries. So that means higher benefits, but we can assume that that's going to continue. I mean, I don't see, salaries should continue to go up if we're going to, when this is, I think you were particularly when we start state school employees, but it's true with all employees. If we're going to have them, we're going to have to be paying them.
That's correct, and that's one of the areas our actuarial watch is and will continue to watch very closely. Again, these actuaries don't make any big changes based on just 1 year's experience. And so they want to see a trend, 3 years, 5 years, has it, and so if we're assuming 3% salaries and maybe it's 4% on average then, or even 5%, then is that sustained over maybe 5 years in a row or 3 years in a row? And then that would help her, I think, make that professional recommendation to the board that 3% is maybe not high enough and should be higher. Because again, you want to make sure the contributions are right coming in. It's all part of that calculation to make sure current employers are paying what they're supposed to on the current people, and it's not getting shifted to future employers down the road. So monitored closely, and I suppose in maybe even another year or two, if it's still up 5, she would probably recommend to the board some modification to that.
Thank you.
Senator Dietrich, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alan. It's always interesting. So on page 16 and 17, when you talked about the deferred investment losses and how that's something that will reconcile over 4 years, 5 years, if you have a significant increase in your returns like you did in 2021, does that not impact positively that deferred?
That's right. It would, if we have a big year and Bruce really does gangbusters this year as our chief investment officer, that's right. So rather than a 2.7 negative, you could have a 2.7 billion, which really helps then drive it, improves the funded ratio, decrease that unfunded actuarial liability.
So when, may I continue with that train? So when do you then realize that? I mean, because you have planned this out over 4 to 5 years.
Right. So if this year we have a 20% return, well, maybe not this year, maybe next year, but next year, let's say we have a 20% return, then 20% of that would be captured in that valuation for that year, and then that 20% return again would be spread out over the next 4 years. So it's smooth, it's spread out over that, again, to help those rates. So it'd be captured, but it'd be over a 5-year period, whether it's up or down.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Committee, are there additional questions? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for your presentation. You learn something new every time. Very professional, a lot of great stuff. Makes us proud of what you do with this. A couple questions. One, 2.7 million was to be paid by Wildlife and Parks. Have they paid that?
Yes, they have.
Have they? Okay, good.
Yep.
What would happen if we took, because we got extra money, what would it do if we put $1 billion into this program right now? And would that help us to weather events that come up in the future?
The answer would be certainly yes. I mean, because again, that infusion of cash immediately pays down the unfunded liability, improves that funded ratio, and just, I guess, we'd done so, and of course, I guess the infusion of cash probably would improve that funded ratio. If you did $1 billion, maybe close to maybe 4% improvement, so that 74, 75 would get you almost to 80% funded. So that would be very good. And then in terms of, so the funded ratio would improve. So anyway, so that'd be 2%. The unfunded liability would immediately go down $1 billion. So from 9.6 to, to 8.6, just like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we go forward with this, that would help with the idea of how much we would actually be saving per year into this program.
That's correct, and maybe to follow up on that, so when that rate goes down, then those annual employer contributions that we talked about, 11, 12%, then that would also go down. So then there's operating savings in that year and in future years that the employers would pay, and so maybe it would just lower that employer contribution rate, maybe $70, $80 million a year going forward.
More follow-up, then I'll get off. Something that hit me kind of different here going through this, CAPER's got 154,000 active members and 116,000 retirees and beneficiaries. You learn something new every day on this. So that kind of, I kind of, in the last 10 years, what's the trending of those two items? And you would think that would kind of affect the issues, plus the raise in pay and stuff.
Right. As they say, CAPER started in early 1961, 62. So in the pension world, we're a mature plan. So we've been around quite a while. And so, in all the projections, it assumes, of course, as these, that the number of retirees will increase because the longer CAPERS is in business, you have more people retire. And so that's the projection that will continue to increase. Public service employees, I suppose you would assume, there might be some ups or downs, but it's relatively probably stable in the number of active members. Again, it could go up, 1,000 here or 1,000 there, up or down. So you're right. Over time, retirees are going to keep going up, and active members will probably stay kind of where they are now, give or take a little bit. But you're right, when you just think about it, 1 in every 10 Kansan roughly has a direct connection to CAPERS. Either they're retired or they're working for an employer that city, county, state. So 1 in every 10 in direct connection. That's not beneficiaries, that's not kids, that's, the member or the retiree, active or retired.
One quick follow-up here.
Okay.
I had all kinds of things here. The 7% I'd seen somewhere the average was like 6.61. So are we above average for that number compared to other?
I think the last table that I saw from the exciting group of public pension plans, you know, and the information they put out, but I think that we're still pretty close to that median number of around 7%.
Thank you.
Representative Turner, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, on the, you mentioned the increased salaries would be an issue. I assume there's some assumption in the actuarial's work of those things. Do they build in some assumed increase?
Yes, and that'd be roughly about a 3% is what I think she has built in terms of salaries.
So on one side, the factor is the investment return to be the benefit. So on the other side, you've got the increased salaries issue. I assume legislative changes that could affect the issue, right?
Yes.
The third thing I could think of is your own operating costs of administering the fund. Am I missing another big piece? Seems like those are the two sides and the things that play in.
Yeah, I think those are the main drivers. And we'll talk more about the CAPERS budget, but it's pretty modest on the expense side compared to what we send out over $2 billion a year in benefits. So, but anyway, yes, those are probably be the three drivers you've identified.
Okay. Yeah, I had some questions on those, but I see they're coming up, so I'll leave those. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty?
I don't know if this is actually the same or different from the question Senator Fagg had asked, but has the turnover service time percentage changed substantially in the last 10 years?
I don't think it has really at this point. I mean, it's something we watch, and certainly kind of that churning, I guess, of people coming and going. I mean, it's always been there, and we watched it, of course, pretty close through COVID. But of course, if people left, then of course somebody was hired to take their place. So in terms of our membership numbers, of course, it all kind of works out. I mean, I think on an anecdotal basis, that's probably true. There's probably been more of that. I think in the big actuarial world, again, she's not quite ready to declare that that's a major issue at this point.
Has it been 10 years since we've had Tier 3?
Yeah, 2015, yes.
And this is just, you mentioned that CAPERS started in 61 or 62, and that the longest retired person left in 67. Didn't the system change, though, was it 70? I mean, what you had to, if you were an employee, this is going to date me, but if you were an employee, there was a flat rate that you were paying, and then it became based on salary. Was that true?
I think it was always a percent of the salary in terms of CAPER. Well, yeah, I mean, those contribution rates have changed through the years. I'm starting out pretty modest, and then it was 4% for a long time, and then as part of the funding changes with CAPERS 3 over a couple years, it went to 6%. And so those early years, it would have been, of course, way less than 4%, but the contribution rate, we could certainly provide you a history of that, but it's,
I was just thinking that prior to 70, I mean, if you had worked prior to 70, you were paying in differently than if you continue working after 70. Am I wrong? I was.
Boy, I'd have to.
It's just.
Yeah.
Big deal. Thanks.
Committee, are there additional questions? It's a little bit dangerous coming to do this off of memory, but along with Senator Fagg and Senator Petty's question, last year this committee asked for a break-even analysis of Tier 3 versus Tier 2. And if I remember right, it takes 16 and a half years of employment for Tier 2 to be better for the retiree at retirement age than Tier 3. So Tier 3 is better if you stay less than 16 and a half years. So keep that in mind this afternoon. And then also keep in mind this afternoon that 54% of our employees don't reach that 16 and a half year tenure. How about an update on our pension bonds?
They say you're thirsty for more, huh? Pension obligation bonds. Again, the chair had asked for an update, and so there's still under tab A behind the blue sheet is another presentation, much shorter, that talks about pension obligation bonds. And the chair had asked on that on slide 2 just to cover, of course, just remind you of the purpose of those funds, the history of those bonds, and how have they done, perhaps most importantly. And so, again, in terms of pension bonds, of course, so if pension bonds are sold, the history has been the state has sold them. The state owns the debt service. CAPER's only part in that is to receive the proceeds from the sale of the bonds. And so we immediately get the cash once the bonds have sold. That does improve that funded status, just like Senator Fagg had mentioned, should there be an infusion of cash. And of course, as we know, bond debt is probably one of the hard debt in terms of the state. And so no matter how difficult the state budgeting picture might be at some future point, paying those bond payments always comes first, because of course the state would never want to default on bond payments. And so, the bonds, basically, they're just interest arbitrage bonds, which just means, so the state sells the bonds, pays an interest rate to the bondholders, we get the cash, and the assumption is that over time, the CAPERS Trust Fund will earn more than what the state is having to pay the interest on those bonds. So the CAPERS earns more, the trust fund's stronger, the employer contribution rates will be less because of the funded position of CAPERS. On slide 5 then just reviews those 3 bonds issuance specifically for CAPERS. Back in 2004, bonds were sold. There was $500 million in bonds sold, and it was, they call it gross of fees and the capitalized interest, which means some of those early bond payments, anyway, they sold at 5.39%. Our net return, or our net money that we received out of that because of that capitalization fees and interest was $440 million. And then in 2015, there was a $1 billion bond sold. That was net of fees, which means we got the in full $1 billion. Those sold at 4.69%, and we received the $1 billion in August of 2015. Always a good day to come into work, and all of a sudden you just got a check or a wire transfer for $1 billion. So that was a good day. In 2021, then the state sold bonds for $500 million net of fees, but those sold at 2.65% interest, and we got that money in August of 2021. So just to briefly drill down a little bit, on slide 5 goes back to that 2004 bond issuance, $500 million. They're all 30-year maturity bonds. Again, it costs 5.39%. And they took that capitalized interest, so we got the $440 million. The annual debt service on that is $33 million a year that the state's paying out of the expanded lottery revenues fund, which is the casino money. And the remaining principal, the last we had was in 2023, was about $292 million. Slide 6 then just looks at the 2015. So that was the $1 billion, 30 years, 4.68%. Of course, we got the full $1 billion. The annual debt service on that is $65 million a year, and that's paid out of the general fund. And there's, again, based on the information we had, it was about $850 million remaining principal on that bond issuance. Certainly, of course, be less a year later. And then on slide 7 is the 2021 bond issuance. So that was $500 million, 30 years, sold at 2.65%. We got the full $500 million. So that was $24 million of debt service now that's annually being paid on that bond issuance, all from the general fund. And the remaining principal, again, based in 2023, is about $475 million. So how has it worked? There on slide 8. And certainly it's been good at this point. The investment returns on all 3 bonds have exceeded the interest costs, at least so far. So if we look back to that 2004, of course, and that's had a long run. Again, remember, these are all 30-year bonds. But on that issuance, or by having that proceeds of that $440 million, we've earned 7.53%. Remember, the cost is the 539. So we're to the good after the state paying the debt service. Altogether, the state is $658 million in a stronger financial position because of that bond issuance. Then you look to the next one, the billion dollars. Again, based on that time frame, of course, we're shorter time frame now. 2015, we've earned 7.84%. The state's paying the 4.68% interest, and the payment on the debt service then, after paying that debt service, we're to the good $465 million, again, collectively. And then the 2021 bond issuance, of course, way shorter time period, but again, 30 years. Again, that 3.85% is what we've earned. It's costing the state 2.65. So we're to the good, again, after debt service of $20 million. So slide 9 just kind of summarizes that then, that really good news, at least so far. Again, these are 30-year maturity bonds, and so, things will certainly go up and down over those 3 years. And the 2021 bond issuance, of course, has just been three years. But again, the assumption is we have the additional money, we'll earn more, and we'll earn at least that 7%, which we have over the last 25 years. So you add that all together, 3 bond issuances, paying the interest, paying the debt service, we're to the good, collectively then, $1.1 billion that's been added to the trust fund because of those bond issuance. Now, of course, again, and sometimes if you talk about state support for capers, it would not be out of line to count in that $65 million of annual debt service from the general fund for the 1 bond issuance from the 2015, the $24 million general fund from 2023. So there's, an extra almost $90 million a year out of the general fund to help support and fund capers. And then there's that, the bond, or the proceeds from the gaming lottery revenue acts fund, the casino money of about $33 million. So overall, it's worked so far. Won't know until the end of the 30 years, but certainly it's worked well. And the value add, again, after paying the debt service, is a positive $1.1 billion.
Thank you, Alan. Committee, are there questions on the pension obligation bonds? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4, you was talking about the $500 million, and we received $440 million. So the other 2, you said we got $1 billion that was wired in. Was that net fees that was wired in? And if so, what kind of fees was in that? Is that in your calculations?
Right. I guess on the one, since they didn't, that time the legislature didn't want to start those annual debt service payments right away. So they took the first $60 million of the bond proceeds to pay the annual debt service on those first few bonds. Overall, the fees, the issuance fees, I don't know, probably around $3-4 million, I guess, probably in that ballpark. And of course, depends on the size of the issuance and so forth. But anyway, it was the 2004 was, they took sort of sold the bonds, said the first $60 million from the bond proceeds, we're going to pay the debt service for the first couple of years on that, because things were very tight in the budget at that time. state budget.
Are there additional questions? I see none. Thank you, Alan. Great presentation as usual. Okay, we will now have a overview of investment performance, and we'll call on Bruce Fink, who is the Chief Investment Officer. Welcome to the committee, Bruce. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again as well. Thank you. Excuse me, members of the committee. My pleasure to be here to provide an update on investment performance for the Capers Investment Fund. Alan hit some of this, but I'd like probably try to dive into maybe just a little more detail on results for fiscal year 2024. So on page 2, just starting at the top, the total fund ended fiscal year 2024 with a balance of $27.3 billion market value. That was an increase of about $1.7 billion over the last fiscal year. As was highlighted earlier, the total return on the fund was 9.7% for the fiscal year, exceeding the actuarial return of 7%, trailing, though, the policy benchmark for the portfolio of 11%. The policy benchmark is set, we set the policy benchmark as a standard for our active return expectations in the portfolio. As we'll see, we've seen some extraordinary return on domestic equities, and that's kind of played into that number. But over longer term periods, the numbers were really focused on over the past 3, 5, 10, 20, and 25 years. We have exceeded the policy benchmark. Over the past 5, 10, and 20 years, the portfolio has exceeded the 7% assumed rate of return, the current assumed rate of return. The System's Board of Trustees recently completed an asset allocation review project. This was in response to the increase in the statutory cap on alternatives from 15 to 25%, which we will talk a bit more later in the session. You can see here under the 4th bullet the long-term target allocations that the board adopted in September of 2024. We are currently working through the implementation towards these targets. We're structuring interim targets designed to move the portfolio to the long-term targets over the next 5 years. So what I'd like to do in the balance of the presentation is maybe delve a bit deeper into fiscal year 2024 returns, focusing on the longer-term returns, provide a couple of comments on market and market observations, but as always, be happy to take any questions that committee members may have throughout the presentation. Slide 3 just is a report of fiscal year 2024 total fund performance over various dates, fiscal year to date, 3, 5, 10, 20, and 25 years. As reported in the first slide, the one-year return is 9.7%, trailing modestly the policy benchmark. Over longer terms, you can see the total return in the fund relative to the policy benchmark outperforming over all those reported periods. The table to the bottom left gives you some additional detail on shorter time periods, the quarterly, and again, fiscal year 1, 3, and et cetera, just documenting or quantifying the excess return. Again, the excess return is the difference between the return on the portfolio less the return on the policy benchmark. The chart to the bottom right reports the standard deviation or the volatility of the total fund over the last 3 years. This is a standard deviation. It's a measure of volatility in returns. The volatility in the total fund was about 9.2% per year, less than the policy index. This is something we'd like to see, is that the risk we're taking in the portfolio is less than our underlying policy benchmark, while our returns exceed the policy benchmark. On slide 4, we've just provided a picture of the front page of our performance report that we provide to the board. This report, again, is as of June 30, 2024. Just direct your attention perhaps to the Capers Fund NAV, and apologies for the acronyms. I know our executive director doesn't like these things, but the NAV is net asset value of the fund. You can see how that's progressed over time. The bottom bright graph, just a representation of the growth of $100 since 1994 relative to the actuarial assumed rate of return over that time, as well as to CPI. And again, the takeaway on this is that the fund has grown at a greater rate than the actuarial assumed rate of return would have dictated. The chart to the left is the actual asset allocation of the fund as of June 30 relative to the target allocations that are currently in place. You can kind of read through each of the asset classes and map the June 30, 2024 actual allocation relative to our targets. And I guess as a general statement, we ended the fiscal year overweight public equities. We were underweight our targets in real estate and alternatives. Real estate has been a difficult place over the last couple of years, so that allocation is below our target. Turning to slide 5, look at some fiscal year return numbers at the asset class level. Again, this is, from our perspective, obviously important to report fiscal year results, but at the asset class level, these are relatively short-term returns. We are, again, focused on our longer 5- and 10-year returns as in the investment program, but wanted to just report to the committee on performance relative to the underlying benchmark for each of the asset classes. Again, the top left, you can report the total portfolio return that we've discussed. I wanted to highlight that domestic equities has had an extraordinary performance over this 12-month period, returning 23% over 1 year. Again, as a reminder, the system's domestic equity portfolio is passively managed, which means that our goal within that portfolio is to replicate the risk and return profile of the underlying benchmark, which you can see we have accomplished, earning 23% on our U.S. equity portfolio. The other asset classes are generally in line with the policy benchmarks. Real estate, as I noted, has had a difficult year. Again, with interest rates rising a couple of years ago, had a pretty hard impact on real estate. Alternative investments, likewise, are positive, though trailing their policy benchmark. And just as a reminder, the policy benchmark on the alternatives program is the U.S. equity return of 23% plus 2%. So again, looking at a very short time period, and we'll turn to the longer time periods on the next slide. Kind of difficult to draw any conclusions on private equity or real estate because those are much longer dated, longer focused strategies. On slide 6, we now turn to longer term returns for the portfolio at the asset class level. Again, the top chart, 5-year returns, the bottom chart, 10-year returns for the portfolio. Again, both of these, or each of these, are as of June 30, 2024. The bars to the far left are total fund returns relative to the benchmark, and as reported earlier, we have outperformed the policy benchmark. Domestic equity, again, is passively managed. We would expect that to be right on top of the underlying policy benchmark, which it is. And you can see the contribution of various asset classes over the 5- and 10-year period. I believe just scanning this, all the asset classes over each of these reporting periods are positive and generally outperforming their policy benchmarks. You can see alternative assets to the far right have added 16%, or returned 16% over the 5 years and 14.5% over 10 years. This is annualized returns, again, relative to the underlying policy index, which is the Russell 3000, the public markets benchmark, plus a liquidity spread currently at 2%. So perhaps I'll pause before I turn to slide 7, which are just some comments on markets, to see if there's any questions on the performance results as of June 30.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there questions?
Thank you. Just So who sets the allocation that we just saw here? I guess that's what I'm wondering. So the asset allocation is, I assume that's set by the board based on some optimal diversification strategy?
Yes.
Could you just give?
Yeah, actually, thank you for that question. Yes, the board does set the asset allocation targets. That's done through an asset liability study, and we are actually going to talk a bit about that a bit later today. But the asset liability study does incorporate both our liability projections as well as the general investment consultants' projections for investment return and risk. And the goal is to build as optimal as we can build mix of assets that are designed to pay those liabilities while mitigating or managing volatility and contribution risk and funding risk.
Okay, thank you. And how often is that revisited?
Generally every 3 to 4 years, we'll do a new asset liability study. We finished the last one in 2023. And again, I will get into some additional detail later when we talk about the statutory cap increase. But with that increase, we revisited that study in 2024 to take a second look at our target allocations under the higher cap.
Gotcha. Yeah. In the earlier slides, on slide 13, I guess I was surprised at the volatility that I see here on this slide. As you know, it does jump around more than I guess I would have expected, given the long-term approach. But
the short-term volatility, or the
the annual. This is the annual.
Yes.
The annual bar graph that shows it going back to 2005.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. On an annual basis, it will jump around quite a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there additional questions? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce, thank you for your presentation.
Sir.
Do you do any stress testing? If the market does this, how your portfolio would react to that?
Actually, we do. We have a risk management or risk modeling system that we run internally. It's called BAR Risk Metrics, and we report actually at each board meeting some of those stress tests. We've run stress tests, a repeat of, the GFC, interest rates rising. We can run or model various scenarios to see how our portfolio might react to those if those events were to repeat themselves.
I don't see any additional questions.
Okay. My pleasure. Yes, sir.
Committee, we will now hear Caper's budget requests from Alan.
Just gets more exciting. Actuarial evaluation, state budget requests. But this is, the chair had asked that we touch on the fiscal year 25-26 budget request for Capers, and certainly talk about, you may know or you will hear, our big cost driver is we're in the first year of a 5-year program on a IT modernization project. And so just give you an update on that. On slide 3 of the presentation, behind tab C is the operating budget. And of course, that'd be for the staff, for contracts, office space, expenses, all the kind of normal things you would think about maybe in terms of what it takes to operate a state agency. Then we have our investment-related expenses. And of course, we don't, all of our funds are externally managed. We do have an investment staff then that monitors and of course works with the board on helping to set investment policy, but we have the external fund managers that actually do the day-to-day trading of the various Capers funds. And then we have there's a separate death and disability program, separate trust fund, separate employer contribution only. And then we have an optional Capers 457 plan, which is a deferred comp plan. Of the 1,500 Capers employers, about over 400 participate in that. Again, it's all employee money, and it's a deferred comp program, and so it's a separate trust fund as well, over about $1.6 billion in that. The benefits payments are mentioned earlier. We send out over $2 billion a year in retirement benefits, death benefits, and withdrawals. Those are considered off budget, and Stephen can explain what off budget is, but it's just to avoid double counting, so it's not reflected directly in the operating budget of the trust fund, but it is those payments again, so they aren't double counted as the employers have paid into those contributions. Then this is the benefit going out. Just like here, I'm just going to move right along. General operations on slide 4. Again, those are those direct expenditures that you might think, legal, actuarial, information technology, office supplies, computer equipment, all that. That trust fund for the general operating expenditures in the 2025 budget is about $32.6 million. The 26 amount requested is 37.8. Most of it's driven by it'd be the IT projects, that modernization project, and also then keeping our current IT system going, maintaining that. It was we started using the current system in 2005, so it's certainly at the end of its livelihood, and so there's been lots of changes, as you might think, back since 2005 of Capers 2 and Capers 3 and working after retirement and drop and all those things. We have to sort of bolt on to this old IT system, and it's working. It's just becoming, I guess, less reliable over time. So anyway, about $37.8 million is the request for 2026, spread across those areas. The death and disability program, again, that's a 1% contribution only by the employers. There's a death benefit for active people, and then there's a disability program, and it's, again, a separate trust fund, and the expenditures related to that disability program, a little over $400,000 a year. Slide 6 is that Capers 457, the deferred comp program, the expenditures related to that, about $660,000, $670,000. Again, that's a voluntary tax deferred savings program. All the state employees have the opportunity to participate. Local employees, if their employer decides to affiliate, and of the 1,439 have done that. Particularly, a lot of school districts have their own, like 403B plans, which is great. And of course, we just want to encourage our members to save, for that adequate retirement, Capers, Social Security, and then their personal savings. Again, the 457, there's fees associated with that, and that pays for those expenditures with that. On slide 7 is a restart of a fund we had before. The Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Fund. Just recently, the legislature, it was closed down at the direction of the legislature. The legislature allowed that to be opened back up beginning in fiscal year 2025. And so the expenditures to manage and to invest that Treasurer's unclaimed property that we hold on the treasurer's behalf, then we charge fees to cover those expenses. So it's not the general trust fund paying the operating costs of the treasurer's unclaimed property fund. It's a separate fund, and it's for purposes just starting. The treasurer has sent over $100 million so far in the unclaimed property fund, and we have that invested. And again, the long-term assumption is that Capers will be able to take that money and have a higher rate of return on that unclaimed property than if it was just within the statutory limitations of, for example, the Pooled Money Investment Board. Slide 8 then is probably the largest single area, and that's the investment-related expenses. And again, as I mentioned, these are all external managers. Most of those expenditures relate to investment management fees, and so those fees represent in fiscal year 2024 0.16% of the total trust fund assets. And so Bruce can give you more detail, but when you have a trust fund of $28 billion, the fees that those fund managers charge us are very, very competitive. And a lot of them we have, they call it, I think, most favored nation status. So the lowest rate they're charging somebody else that's similar to us, that's what they have to charge us. So they can't charge us more than that. And so very competitive rates, but again, so much of it, it's just the magnitude and size of a trust fund of over $28 billion. The contractual services there on that page there within the box, as you see that going up, that just assumes then that we're going to earn that 7%, that assumed rate of return. So if you earn 7%, that assumes those fund managers' fees also go up, and so that's reflective of that increase there, which that and the IT are probably the two largest drivers in the budget. On slide 9 then is just the benefit payments. Again, so this would be all the monthly retirement benefits, those death and disability benefits, withdrawals, all those payments that go out in the current fiscal year. It's $2.3 billion with the B, and then next year it's estimated it'll be a little over $2.4 billion. And again, these are off budget to prevent double counting in the budget world. Slide 10 just is that summary by program. You can just kind of scan down the total expenditures. Then in 2026, a little over $92 million. Over $53 million of that is for the investment-related expenses. Next is the general operations, and then there's just the breakdown by class and by the funding source there. But again, $86 million to $92 million, mainly driven by, again, the modernization system increase and the fund manager fees. Slide 7, just as we get to that fund manager system, that's a system, then that's our IT system that touches the whole, all of the information. So it has all the individual member contributions and service. It has all the contributions that employers are making, the employer web portal, the employee web portal, all those things that you would expect. All that information goes into this modernization system. And again, as I mentioned, the current system was implemented in 2005. And again, all those changes that have happened, again, that's sort of been bolted on to this 2005 system, particularly that 2007, the creation of KPERS 2, and then KPERS 3, which was created in 2012. The system's still working, but it's just the classic, if it breaks one place, we get it fixed, and it just may then break something else, and we're always kind of struggling to do that. But it's, the bottom line is that we're able to pay monthly benefits, and the answer is, of course, yes, we're able to do that. Slide 12 just looks at that modernization timeline. It's a big project, 5 years to complete it. We just signed the contract. We just had the kickoff last month, and the process started, of course, before that. Really in January, the vendor, which is a firm called Tegrit out of Michigan, which specializes in pension administration IT systems. They're going to be our partner with us over this next five years. Slide 13 just provides that detail on the modernization budget from about $12 million in '25 to $14 million. And again, it's just as the development of the new system really kicks in for the full year and fiscal year 2026 is largely drives that 10.6 to the $12.4 million. So overall, really the two big parts in the budget, investment manager fees, benefits are outside the budget, and then the new IT modernization system.
Thank you, Alan. Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alan, for that presentation. I don't really see a better place to ask the question, so I'll ask it on this presentation. SB 291 from last year, the cybersecurity bill. I know there was some concern on your guys' part with some of the language in there that pertains to capers. Have you guys ran into any pitfalls with the implementation of that?
I'd say the short answer is no. We've been able to do that, and it's worked on the operations, administration, implementation side. We're able to do it successfully, and I think without any major snags. So.
And has there, Mr. Chairman, some of the concern was with the IRS and kind of using funds earmarked for capers or the trust fund in other areas. Is your concern alleviated on that?
We haven't heard from the IRS, so so I think that's good news. And we're not aware of any concerns that have been flagged at this point.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question. I don't want us to get in the position that the unemployment department got in when the computers during that critical time. And so how long is it going to take to bring the computer IT up to a place where it's considered totally functional?
Right. I think this new system, it'll take about five years. We are, the recommendation, they call it a big bang implementation. So the old system's going to end one day, and we're going to turn it on. Of course, lots of testing and all that stuff that goes on ahead of that. But that new system then will start then the next day, and of course we'll run parallel and do all those good things. But it's a massive undertaking. Five years. I think we've tried to do the prep work, cleaning data. Having backfilling staff, so we aren't having staff trying to work full-time on the project and do their full-time day-to-day jobs. And so with a lot of support from the board and the legislature, I think we've, so far, I think we've done the right steps mechanically to have a successful project. And the ultimate goal, as I tell the staff, is to keep us out of the ditch. We don't want to end up with a failed system. And I know you all had to deal with unemployment benefit issues. We would not want 116,000 retired capers members marching on the State House because they didn't get a retirement benefit check because of a failure in the IT system. And that's really the bottom line why we're going to a new system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only see a couple of years here, the 25 and 26 amounts for that system, but the total is 75 million, if I remember from another committee.
That's right. It kind of depends how you calculate it and what's in it. But yes, that's I think that's a good number. Yes.
So it's $75 million over 5 years, and the 5 years is driven. What's the constraint that makes it drag out for 5 years? Is it internal staff, you're saying, not being pulled away, or?
I think it was the recommendation from the vendor on how long they think to implement a system of this size. And of course, we're still trying to keep the lights on with the old system, but certainly I think it was part driven by the timeline of our consultant and the vendor and our own IT staff. Lots of requirements, in part driven by all the statutory requirements of capers 1, 2, and 3, and so forth.
Can I have another? So when I look at these numbers on 10, total salaries and wages, how many employees does capers have?
There's, I think, officially about 98 FTE, and then we have quite a number of temporary people, particularly like with the project. And so that, it's certainly beyond that, but the number in the budget book, I think, is 98 FTE, and then there's quite a few temporary people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Alan, on these budget requests, I know they would have been presented for the governor's review for the budget. So how have those move forward in that process?
Right, so we're on that process. Of course, the budget director makes his recommendation. Budget director, Secretary of Administration has made his recommendation to the governor, and he did not make any adjustments to our request. And now it's, of course, with the governor, and she'll review that here in the next couple weeks, I guess.
And so, I guess this is just my need. So what is the total request then from Capers within this projection?
For the overall budget, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, well, the investment manager fees really are no limit, so whatever we need to pay our fund manager, there is a limitation on the operating side, on that operating budget, but all the different areas out of the different trust funds, it would be, for fiscal year 26, it'd be that $92 million, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Be our anticipated budget, requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, when you look on your capital outlay of $500,000 a year, what kind of balance do you have in the capital outlay right now?
I don't think I have the width. We have it because we're going to tell it to the board tomorrow or on Friday. I just need to look if I could tell you after lunch. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? I see none. Thank you, Alan.
Yep.
Committee, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so why don't we take no more than a 10-minute break and be back here in 10 minutes, and we'll proceed on. on the proxy voting results. Bruce, I think this is you.
Okay, thank you again, Ms.
Can I go first?
Oh,
I'm going to go first and just show you, he's going to report on the proxy voting bill that was passed, and of course, reporting all the proxy votes. So if anybody wants to read it, here are a copy of all the proxy votes the system cast in last year, about 55,000 proxy votes that, as you'll hear about. But just in case, of course, it's out on our website, so we're in full compliance, but we brought a hard copy just to show you. So.
Thank you for the visual aid. I have no intention of reading it.
I will say that's double-sided, printed in about 7 fonts, so. All right, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to report to the committee on proxy voting activity for fiscal year 2024. As I think the committee is certainly aware, House Bill 2100 was passed during the 2023 legislative session, became effective July 1, 2023. In part, this bill established parameters for the system's proxy voting guidelines. As a result, or in response to that bill, the system hired Egan-Jones to serve as the proxy voting advisor for the system. The board also adopted Egan-Jones's wealth-focused principles and guidelines as the system's proxy voting policy. Prior to hiring Egan-Jones in 2023, the system's investment managers voted proxies on behalf of the system. So fiscal year 2024 is the first year that we have utilized Egan-Jones for this purpose. So what I'd like to do is just provide a very brief update on the operational steps we put in place to produce that 6-inch binder, 8-inch binder, as well as the proxy voting results for the fiscal year. Turning to slide 3, again, the Board of Trustees hired Egan-Jones, the process started in April of 2023 as the bill was coming into fruition. We hired Egan-Jones effective July 1, 2023, again, the effective date of the statute. The guidelines were adopted as of that date, and those guidelines had been used for the entirety of fiscal year 2024. Under the guidelines, vote recommendations and votes must be based solely on objective to protect and enhance the wealth of investors. Provide a few bullet points on this page of what that means. Stakeholder capitalism proposals are opposed by this policy with some limited exceptions as stated here. The guidelines contemplate that directors should be accountable to shareholders and and management should be accountable to directors, that information on the company should be transparent, and that shareholders should be treated fairly. So again, these guidelines were in effect on July 1, 2023. The system's investment staff oversees the proxy voting process, proxy voting activity. Just a very brief overview of that process if it's of interest. Daily, we will receive an email or report from Egan-Jones that provides us data on upcoming votes. These can number 20 to 30 emails a day during the busy proxy season. Each report is specific to a company and will contain the ballot of items subject to vote by shareholders. They also include a voting recommendation from Egan-Jones, as well as the management's recommendation and the logic for Egan-Jones's position on those reports. We are able to see generally votes happening about a month in advance, so we review these reports, maintain a database of items that are subject to vote, set up some screening and keyword searching methodology to identify those items that might be environmental or socially related. We cross-reference those items when identified to the reporting that we receive, and focus on those on a case-to-case basis. At the end of the year, which we've done this year, we retain that voting activity and compile the report that Alan presented. On page 5, just some results for the fiscal year. To summarize, a total of 55,229 votes were cast across 8 managers. Approximately 2.5% of those were shareholder proposals. Of that amount, about 1/2 or 1.2% were identified as pertaining to environmental or social issues. No votes were cast. We identified no votes that were cast in violation of the Kansas statute. We have compiled the report that's required under the statute. A hard copy is available to the committee. A copy has been posted on the system's website as required under the statute. We have provided a memo summarizing this to the committee, again, as required. And then lastly, we have reported this activity to both the investment committee of the board as well as the board of trustees at the recent meetings. I would be happy to take any questions that the committee may.
You give the committee an estimate on cost of compliance to the statute?
Yes, so I believe our annual cost for the Egan-Jones service is around $50,000 a year plus an activity fee, so depending on the volume, and then we have a certain built-in volume on that, but obviously staff time that we have not explicitly quantified, but there is some staff time dedicated to this as well.
Future, this committee or one of the standing committees can reevaluate and decide whether that's a expense that needs to continue, with only 1.2% of the votes being on those areas of concern from last year's bill. So, committee, are there additional questions? See none. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we will hear an update on House Bill 2711, which was the Countries of Concerned Investment Act implementation. Alan, is that you or Bruce or both?
I'll just say Bruce is really going to make the presentation, but again, we were able to turn things around rather quickly, and we were in full compliance with the bill, and we were able to divest is really kind of the bottom line, but Bruce has the additional detail.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yes, sir. Okay, so on slide 2, again, this concerns House Bill 2711, known as the Countries of Concern Act, which became law on July 1st. There was a very nice presentation of the provisions in this bill, so I will not repeat those, but they are laid out. They are laid out here. I will note that of the countries of 6 countries of concern listed in the statute, only one, the Republic of China and Hong Kong, is the only country that the system had investments in. So what I'd like to do just very briefly again is to review some of the operational and due diligence steps that the system has put in place in response to this act, and just to provide an update on what the steps we've taken. So on slide 3, kind of going through some of the implementation steps taken by the system. In May of 2024, the Board of Trustees adopted language for the Statement of Investment Policy Objectives and Guidelines, or the IPS, to incorporate provisions of the Act. In parallel to this, the investment staff built compliance tests within State Street Bank, who is the system's master custodian, to monitor and test trade activity on the public market side, to make sure our managers were in compliance with the provisions of the Act, that they were not investing in companies that were identified as a country of concern. These tests were in place on July 1st, 2024, the effective date. These, as I stated, these are tests that are applied across all of our public market portfolios. We worked with the investment managers, notifying each of the investment managers of the Act and the related changes to the IPS, and they have taken steps to comply. We've not identified any trade violations since the Act became effective. In addition to this, we have augmented our due diligence process for new and future investments to confirm that The countries in which potential future managers may invest in will not include or will not be organized in countries of concerns. We've incorporated this in our due diligence material and the memorandum we produce and provide to the board for each new investment recommendation. We are also incorporating language in our agreements with investment managers to provide recourse in the event the manager is found to have violated the act. Slide 4 is a summary of the activity, steps taken by the system to comply. The system fully liquidated 12 securities of 10 companies that were found to be subject to divestment of the act. These securities were acquired prior to the effective date. As I noted earlier, these securities were organized in Hong Kong or China and represented about $294 million, or about 1% of the total fund. There are no pending liquidations other than the one that I will note next, but these securities were divested as of the effective date of the act, so we have sold all of these securities in Hong Kong or China. The system continues to hold just over 300,000 shares of Norilsk Nickel, an ADR, American Depository Receipt, which is a Russian company. This company stopped trading at the time of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. There were sanctions put in place, and they do not trade currently, so we continue to hold these shares on our account, but they are currently valued at zero market value, so there's no value on the books. We'll continue to monitor that position and look for an opportunity to exit as soon as possible. And just to close, Mr. Chairman, we're continuing to monitor, the staff continues to monitor trading activity and investment activity and our due diligence work to maintain compliance with the act. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just kind of off the cuff. I was at a critical minerals conference this past week, and then kind of overall, we were just talking about China has like 100% of the market of many critical minerals. But I kind of I texted Chairman Hoheisel about this, and it's like, what's actually kind of ironic, I think, is if we actually did apply ESG standards to many Chinese companies, wouldn't that have automatically just kind of excluded them for all three of the E, S, and G for a variety of reasons?
I suppose that's a pretty good possibility for some of the environmental damages that I believe are occurring. Yeah, I'm not quite that detailed, but yeah.
Chair, and to follow up on that, I believe part of the ESG bill, though, is that we just couldn't consider ESG criteria within it. But to kind of piggyback off divesting, what was our trajectory, especially when it comes to China, before the passage of 2711? We were pretty much getting out of China, if I remember right. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for that question. In November of 2023, I believe it was, we changed the benchmark that we use for the international equity portfolio was adjusted to represent the world MSCI ex-US, ex-China benchmark. So we took steps with the board at that point to remove China from the underlying benchmark. We did not impose any restrictions from a board level at that point, but we created an incentive through the benchmark selection to incent managers to think about their China investments a little more deeply, because China had become such a big part of the emerging market benchmark that we were kind of seeing some, I have to invest in China because it's in the benchmark kind of feedback. So yes, so those steps were taken prior to the bill's passage.
Additional questions? Were there any costs associated with or losses taken on the 10 or 12 securities that you did divest from?
Yes, sir. There were certainly costs. There were trading costs involved with liquidating any public equity securities. It represented about 21.6 basis points, or 0.216% of the assets liquidated. Again, it was about $294 million. So in terms of dollars, about $635,000. to liquidate, but a large number on a relative basis, small, but those are necessary costs to trade, and they.
I see no more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, committee, we will now have an update on the drop program from Jared.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Joint Committee. So I will be talking about the Deferred Retirement Option Program, or the DROP. There was some relatively recent changes to that program, so this is just an update for you all. There's just a quick overview of what I'll be talking about on page 2, going over just the structure of the DROP, eligibility, some examples. We'll go through all of that over these next 12 slides or so. Just to start talking about what a drop is. So it's a drop is a plan design feature where a member can initiate the calculation of their benefit, but agree to continue working as an active member with their employer. Their benefit accrues in an account while they continue to work during that drop period. They cannot receive their benefit while they're actively working, so it just accrues in a notional account that we track in our pension administration system. And then when they ultimately leave retirement, then they get a lump sum payment of the retirement benefits that have accrued in that account over that drop period, plus any interest that was earned during that time. So that plan design feature is a part of the police and fire plan design, so it's only available to those police and fire employers. One key feature of the drop is that it is a voluntary plan, so while it is a part of the plan design for every employer, that doesn't mean that an employee can force their employer to allow them to enter into the drop. It's voluntary based on the decision of each employer. The drop was initially created in 2015. This was at the request of the Highway Patrol. It was an idea to help alleviate some recruitment issues they were having at the time. So the 2015 legislature created it as a pilot program for just the Highway Patrol. In 2019, they expanded that to include the KBI as part of that pilot group. And that remained in sort of this pilot status until 2023, when they expanded it to include all KPNF employers. So that's been a part of the plan design for everyone for about 1.5 years. When a member enters drop, they have to choose if they're going to work for 3, 4, or 5 years. If they choose less than 5 years, they do have the opportunity to extend, but at no point can they choose to go longer than the 5-year period. That is a hard cap on the total number of years. The current statute does have a sunset provision in 2031, so the legislature will have to take action to continue that program, or it will no longer be a part of the plan design after that date. On page 4, in order to be eligible for drop, a person has to already be eligible for normal retirement. So you can see in the middle of page 4, there's those requirements for KPERS Tier 2 members, or I'm sorry, KPNF Tier 2. That's age 50 with 25 years of service, age 55 with 20 years of service, and age 60 with 15 years of service. So if they meet any of those criteria, they would be eligible to enter the drop. Again, as I mentioned, the employer has to approve that participation, and they choose their term of 3, 4, or 5 years. On page 5 is just a simplified example of what a drop might look like for somebody. So in that green box at the top, you can see we have a member who is age 50 with 25 years of service, so they've met that normal retirement eligibility. Their final average salary is $100,000, which if you look on the right-hand side of that green box, their last 3 years of salary, $90,000, $100,000, $110,000. We plugged those in to make the average nice and easy, so it's $100,000 final average salary. And that calculation comes out to $62,500 for an annual retirement benefit. So that member selects to work for 5 years. If you look in that top box, that's the annual amount that would be received by the member. So in their notional account, they would have $62,500 in their retirement benefit, plus interest earned, which is it's not a guaranteed interest. It depends on investment return assumptions, and it's based on a statutory formula. But then they also receive their salary in that year, so they receive $110,000 in salary. And then the second box there is just the 5-year total. So over 5 years, they'd receive $312,500 in their drop account, plus some interest. And then they would have received $550,000 in annual salary during that drop period. And then when they ended up leaving drop, what they would receive is sort of the first two pieces of that bottom box, the $312,000 plus the interest that would be paid out to the member. When a member is considering entering the drop, they have to initiate their retirement benefit calculation, and that includes the selection of benefit options. So they can choose to take the maximum benefit, or they can choose to take an option that would provide an ongoing benefit to a surviving beneficiary in the event of their death. So they can choose a 50%, 75%, or 100% survivor option. The one option that is not available to members participating in drop is the partial lump sum option. The partial lump sum and the drop are essentially the same design feature, providing a lump sum benefit to somebody at their retirement date, so they're not allowed to participate in both of those benefit options. So it's either partial lump sum if they want to, or they can choose the drop. Every month then, after they initiate that calculation, their retirement benefit is credited to their notional drop account. Again, that's not like a bank account. We're not transferring money anywhere. We're just keeping track of that within our system. At the end of each calendar year, if the system has reached their 7% investment return target, the drop members are eligible for a 3% interest credit on their balance as of December 31st of that year. So in years where we don't reach 7%, no interest is credited. When we do reach 7%, it's a 3% interest credit for those drop members. These members are continuing to work, but being in the drop does not guarantee continued employment. So either voluntary or involuntarily, they could leave their position during that drop period. They're not guaranteed a position just because they've entered the drop. And during that drop period, they are not earning service credit for benefit purposes. So we would not recalculate their benefit at the end of the drop period to account for any additional service time that they've accrued during the drop. A big feature of the cost savings, or trying to keep this a cost-neutral plan, is the continued contributions during the drop period. So while a member is working in the drop, they're continuing to make their 7.15% contribution to KPERS, and their employer is making the full employer contribution rate to KPERS as well. So that helps funding the plan overall. It does not, the members' contributions are not going towards their drop benefit in any way. That is coming to the system as funding of the plan design itself. So in some plans, those contributions do affect the amount that's paid out to the member, but not under the KPERS plan design. On page 7 then, when a member is ready to leave the drop, there is one small carve out for a specific group of members that might cause a recalculation of benefits. For members who retired or who were active members prior to July 1st of 1993, they have the opportunity to use sick and annual leave payouts in the calculation of their retirement benefit. But when they enter drop, they can't receive those payouts because that's not allowed as a distribution at that time, since they're going to remain active members. So when they ultimately leave retirement at the end of their drop, if they receive those payouts, we will recalculate that benefit. But that's the only instance where we do a recalculation. The notional accounts that have been accruing during that drop period get paid out. They can be paid directly to the member. We would withhold taxes when we make that payment directly to an individual. They can also be rolled over to a qualified plan, through an Edward Jones or another 457 plan or 401k, something like that. And immediately the member would begin receiving those retirement benefits directly as payments from the system. They would no longer be accruing in any account. They would just become regular monthly retirement payments for that person. A couple of special situations. So it is possible for a member to leave their drop prior to reaching 3 years of service, either voluntarily or involuntarily. In that instance, statute doesn't allow for the payment of interest to that member. So if they accrued any interest during that period, they would not receive that. They would still receive the full amount of their retirement benefit that accrued during the period that they were working. On the other side of things, if a member decides that they really didn't want to retire after all and they want to continue working after the drop, they cannot receive their retirement benefit. So essentially, they forego receiving retirement benefits while they continue to work as an active member. We would not recalculate benefits. They would not accrue any more contributions or interest into their drop account. It would just sort of sit there and wait for them to decide they were done working, and then that would be paid out as normal. But that hard cap of 5 years, if they want to keep working beyond that, they would have to essentially forego their retirement benefit during those months that they continue working. A couple of things, just demographics of the drop plan. So this is as of September, end of September of this year. We had 139 drop members, most of them selecting the full 5 years, about 2/3 select that full 5-year drop period. We're deferring about $850,000 a month into those drop accounts for individual members, ranging from $2,000 to $11,000. Currently, since it's been expanded a year and a half ago, we have 25 employers participating at this point. Over the course of since 2015, we've had 51 members complete their drop and receive their payouts. We've distributed about $9 million of those drop payments. On page 9, just looking at who and where the drop participation is coming from. So we have about 34 members from the state, or about 25% of participation is from state employers, the rest from local employers. You can see on the right-hand side who the largest participating employers are. So Wyandotte County is the top, Highway Patrol is second, Olathe, and on down the list there. So since the drop has expanded, looking at page 10 now, participation picked up very quickly. I think people were aware of the program before it was expanded, so not a huge surprise. Participation nearly doubled when all KP&F employers became eligible to participate in 2023. Prior to the expansion, we had 67 applications total between 2015 and 2023. For the last 8 months of 2023, we had 59, so ramped up very quickly. And for calendar year 2024, we had 65 through September. We were processing 12 more for October. So we're definitely going to have our largest year ever of applications to the drop plan. We don't know yet if we can expect that to continue ramping up over time or if it's going to level off pretty quickly. So it'll take a couple more years before we have a good idea of what's going to happen in terms of utilization of the drop. Page 11, this looks at the selections that people are making when they initiate that drop retirement benefit. So about 1/3 of members choose to take their maximum benefit. About another 1/3 choose to leave 50% to a survivor, and then the last 1/3 is choosing either 75% or 100% survivor benefit that would continue being paid upon their death. And then on page 12, looking, that's just a chart looking at the growth in the number of members participating and the number of deferrals that we're making. The deferrals being the amount that's being credited to those notional accounts. So that's what's, we're just tracking that in our system. That isn't money that's paid out every year. That's just what we're deferring to those drop accounts. And you can see the very sharp increase in 2023 and 2024 that I was just discussing on the prior slide. So just a couple of takeaways on slide 13. Of course, it allows KP&F members to continue working and earning a salary while they're building up a lump sum benefit that they can receive when they ultimately leave employment. The selection that they make when they enter the drop is irrevocable, so they don't get a second chance to make a different choice when they leave the drop. Once they choose to enter the drop, that's essentially their retirement date, and they don't get a chance to redo that. And as I mentioned a couple times, we've already seen quite a significant increase in the drop participation since it was expanded in 2023. And that's all of my slides, so I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Well, I do live in the county that's had the highest growth. I'll tell you, it's going to continue to grow. I hear about it all the time. A couple of questions. One is, are you aware of any local unit of government that has decided not to participate in the drop program?
Well, they aren't telling us explicitly if they're going to participate or not. I don't know that we've heard from anyone. Nobody's called to ask if they're allowed to say no or anything like that, so not that we're aware of at this point.
But once let's just use the unified government, once they do decide that they're participating in the drop program, then it's not, or is it a selection program? I could say yes to one person and no to 3 other people. Once they decide to participate, it is open to all KP&F.
So it is a part of the plan design. It's not an opt-in or opt-out. So it's going to be up to the administrative person or body for every employer, and that can change over time. So if one director now wants to let people participate in the drop, and then the next director says, no, we're not going to use the drop, they have that option to stop participating. They would not have the option to end a person's drop early, short of termination, but they do have, it's going to vary depending on the body that's in charge of making those HR decisions at the time.
Thank you. That's, I mean, it seems like once you go down that road, you would have a hard time reversing, but that's just my opinion. You did say, Mr. Chairman, you did say under like the leaving the drop program, that if the employee decides to continue working after the 3 or 5 years that they have said that they were going to continue working, that they would no longer be receiving any retirement. And is the drop account, is it, I'm not sure of that. Does the drop account then go out to them even though they have continued working?
So we can't do that distribution to an actively working member. So we would continue to maintain the tracking of the account balance and pay it out when they ultimately leave retirement, but we can't do an in-service distribution of those payments. So that they have to leave employment before we can make that payment.
And lastly, about that very thing, it seemed like as you were talking about that, about if the person decided to continue working for that employer in that capacity that they had, wouldn't that be just the same as being retired, but there's no income impact?
I'm sorry, can you state that again?
Well, okay. If you're a police officer for the unified government,
Yeah.
and you have said you're going to be in the drop program for 5 years, and then 5 years comes and you think, oh, I'm just going to keep working. I get to keep working now without any salary impact. I mean, I haven't officially retired. I can't draw that drop program account, which now is not going to grow anymore. I can't get retirement, but I can work for my same employer.
Correct, yes,
salary.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Additional questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on your slide 5 and 6, it talks about this interest. So are these funds actually invested in some interest-bearing instrument, or what's the source of that? Because on page 6, it talks about annual interest of 3% added when the system's actual rate is 7% or higher. So just curious.
We are just applying a 3% credit to their account balance on December 31st of that year within our, the notional account that they have. It's not, that money is not invested in any sort of separate vehicle or anything. We're just doing the calculation and crediting an amount equal to 3%.
So is it invested along with the other funds in the style that we just saw presented?
Yes, it's not separated out from the trust fund at all. It's all maintained together. We are just tracking it administratively, so there's no diversion of those funds until the payment is made out to the member.
Okay, thanks. I guess my question is, those funds seem to be invested for a fairly long-term horizon, right? And this money is never longer than 5 years. But in the aggregate, I guess it all works out in the portfolios. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at your graph on page 9, it says drop members by employer. Other cities, other state, the bottom 3, the other state agencies, other counties, you add those up, you're probably around 20 members, if I'm reading that right. So really, when you look at that, you can see who's actually working the drop program there. What is the cost of the drop program to Capers or the state?
So that, unfortunately, it's a difficult question to answer because it relies on individual member behavior. So when the plan was created, they kept those employer and employee contributions as part of the plan design to attempt to make it cost neutral. We aren't ever going to be able to say, you know, how person A, their behavior changed because the drop was available to them versus not being available to them. But we have not seen any increase that we could isolate to changing retirement patterns for KPNF since 2015 that we would say, oh, that looks like it's probably caused by the drop. So there may be, you know, some minor movement in the total cost of the plan, but there's nothing that we could identify. It certainly hasn't been large enough that it was identifiable as a cost of the plan. And like I say, just from an actuarial basis, it's never going to be possible to say with 100% certainty that the cost has, you know, no impact, or the drop plan has no impact on the cost. But as far as the plan design goes, it was designed to be as cost neutral as possible, understanding that we're never going to have that definitive statement that we can make. But as I say, the experience we've seen since 2015 hasn't indicated any increase in cost based on that piece of the plan design.
Has anybody ever sat down and looked at how many potential employees could enter the drop program? You know, you got your deal. We know 139. Just wondered what that should kind of tell us a little bit of effectiveness too, so.
Yeah, it's been some time since I looked at the number of people that were currently eligible for retirement. So if they meet that normal retirement criteria, they potentially could enter the drop. I can add those up. I could maybe get them to you today yet, just to see what that total number is.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Senator Petty?
Thank you. I do appreciate that question from Senator Fagg about how many potential employees could enter the program. It's because initially in 2015, it was a really small pool. 2019 was another, or was that 2019? 2019 was another really small pool. Now we've opened it up to a really large pool. I mean, potentially large pool, right. Larger pool. But when you're looking at how many potential employees could enter the program, I know last year there was legislation that was introduced for teachers to, certified educators to be part of the drop program. So I would be interested in knowing what that number would be as well that could potentially enter the program.
I could get that number for you. Yeah, and I will say that in terms of the potential costs of a drop plan, it's much different to talk about the 7,700 active KPNF members and the 115,000 active KPERS members. It's just so much larger of a group that it's much harder to anticipate what those impacts might look like. So we do have a cost study. The cost study for KPERS to have a drop looks like it's a more expensive proposition than what it looked like for KPNF, just because of the difference between the plan designs and how people might use the drop and the expectations from the actuary. I can give you these numbers, but there's a much larger discussion around how a drop impacts KPERS versus how it impacts KPNF.
Just as a follow-up, so that, I might be wrong, but that piece of legislation, maybe Senator Dietrich or Miners for sure, was only for certified educators. It was not for all KPERS, state employees. The drop.
Yeah, that was 3 to 2, KPERS to 3 to KPERS 2.
Say it again, sorry.
Sure, it was that legislation I believe you're referring to is actually just going certified educators from KPERS 3 back to KPERS 2. I don't recall, Mr. Chairman, if there was anything to do that for drop for certified educators. I don't believe we had that legislation last year. Not,
No.
oh,
David?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, in terms of the drop expansion, there was a bill on the House side, House Bill 2619, that would have expanded the drop membership to all KPERS members. That wasn't limited to teachers, I believe. But there was that tier, the teachers, that was to move teachers from tier 3 to tier 2, but that did not impact the drop. But there was a bill to just expand it to entire KPERS membership, but there was no action on that House Bill 2619.
Thank you.
Senator Dietrich?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this information. So and you may have said this and I missed it, but when we expanded the drop program, part of it was to be able to retain more employees in KPNF. We didn't want them to retire. They were having difficulty staffing. Have you been able to determine whether or not that's had an impact, or have either of those agencies?
We really can't tell on our side. We have heard, I mean, the Highway Patrol came and spoke a couple of different times over the last 4 or 5 years about the impact of the drop, and I think their impression was that it was working. Maybe it wasn't the full answer to their issues, but I think they thought it was a positive, net positive. We really can't tell on our end some of the HR and personnel advantages for individual employers. So I'm sorry, I can't fully answer that.
But have you noticed a change in the retirement age with the drop program? That might be one indicator.
Yeah, we have been watching it.
So they're older.
Right, we watched it for the KBI and KBI and KPNF, KBI and Highway Patrol, and we didn't see a dramatic shift. We just don't have enough experience since it's been expanded to really have a good idea of that. It'll be another couple years probably before we would be able to do a good comparison on retirement ages for the whole group.
And may I ask one last question of this poor young man who's having to answer these? Do you, from a CAPER standpoint, has this been a problematic change in a plan to administer?
No, I don't think it's problematic. A drop is not a particularly uncommon plan design. We did have some IT requirements that we had to work through, but we've already done all of that. So, yeah.
Additional questions? I see none. Thank you, Jared. Committee, that completes our work for this morning. We will reconvene at 1:30 with discussion of alternative investment caps. We will see you then. Our first item on the agenda for this afternoon is a discussion of the alternative investment cap. Bruce, I think you're going to lead us through that, aren't you?
Oh, good afternoon again. Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. The next discussion is a discussion of the alternatives investment cap. Just starting on slide 2 of the material in your deck. As I think the group knows, the alternative investment cap for the systems portfolio was increased to 25% from 15% at the close of the 2024 legislative session. Maybe along the lines of Representative Turner's question earlier today on an asset liability study and the frequency of setting these targets. Brief discussion of what we do during an asset liability study. It is conducted by Makita, our general consultant, in conjunction with investment staff. We do an asset liability study every 3 to 4 years. The goal of this study is to merge together actuarial data, liability projections, funding, cash flows, along with Makita's investment return, risk and return assumptions, put that into a modeling effort to develop an asset allocation strategy that satisfies both, achieves the 7% actuarial return assumption, and in addition to that, mitigates contribution, funding risk, various risks that exist in a portfolio, an asset liability context. So the last asset liability study was completed in May of 2023. That study was conducted under the 15% cap that was in place at that time. During that study, our exposure to alternatives was approximately 13% of the portfolio. So there was very little latitude to look at any additional or any changes, for that matter, to the composition of the alternatives program within the context of the cap. With the increase of the cap to 25%, which occurred after the study was completed in 2023, we deemed it prudent to take a second look at the asset liability study. We launched what we called an asset allocation review project in May of 2024. Slide 3 provides a bit of background on that project. Again, this asset allocation review project was proposed to the board in May of 2024, and we set a few guidelines and expectations for that study at that point in time. First guideline or expectation we set was that we expected, or we were going to attempt to maintain the existing expected rate of return in the portfolio that came out of the 2023 study, and then use the additional latitude afforded the system under the 25% alternatives cap to reduce risk at the total fund level. So our expectations at that time we started the study was that the targets or the asset allocation strategy that was in place from the 2023 study would remain fundamentally intact. The changes would be marginal, and that we did not expect that we would move to fully utilize the full 25% cap at that time. So we were really attempting to look at alternatives or options that may better diversify the system, the risk in the system. In September of 2024, the board approved new long-term targets for the system, and these are detailed on slide 4 of your deck. The two pie charts, the pie chart to the right, we'll start with that, is the long-term target allocation that was adopted by the board in September. This, again, was the result of the review project and was conducted under the 25% cap. You can see the target allocations to the various asset classes in the pie chart. The chart to the left are interim targets that we've suggested for the board, kind of a waypoint between where we are today and achieving the long-term targets. These interim targets are actually going to be discussed at the board tomorrow and Friday to formalize that implementation step that I discussed earlier today. So we're in the final stages of the implementation plan to achieve the long-term targets. The step in between is to establish these interim targets, which again will be discussed tomorrow and Friday. And again, to the earlier question, it's our practice to conduct an asset liability study every 3 to 4 years. So while we'll be moving to the long-term targets, and that's the direction of our progression, in 27 or 28, we'll likely be launching another asset liability study, which will, help us, navigate either to those or perhaps some modifications to those longer-term targets. On the next two slides, I thought it might be helpful to perhaps illustrate for the committee how the higher cap on alternatives was both used and benefits the system as a whole. So what I've included on slide 5 is just again, 2 pie charts. The one to the left reports the allocation to 4 strategies or 4 asset classes within the private markets program. These are programs that are not publicly traded. Our private markets program are made up of real estate, infrastructure, timber, and private equity. You can see in 2022, at the end of that calendar year, that program was almost exclusively private equity and real estate. The chart to the right on slide 5 is the private market program using the current long-term target allocations. Just to demonstrate that with the higher cap, we were able to move into infrastructure, which is considered an alternative under statute, and better diversify the portfolio going forward. So just kind of very visually, you can see that that's a better diversified portfolio. On slide 6, again, very high level, some high level data. How does this better diversification within the alternatives program benefit the total plan and the private markets program itself? So the bar charts to the left, the total fund expected risk and total fund expected return simply report the expected risk and return at the total fund level at the end of 2022, again, before the cap was increased and before we were able to put in our new target allocations under the 25% cap. You can see the change. It appears to be, there is a reduction in risk, which was the goal of the asset allocation review project. 20 basis points, not huge, but not inconsequential. You could also see at the total fund level, expected return is essentially the same, modestly higher. It's frankly a rounding difference. But again, achieving the goal of maintaining our expected return while reducing risk. So anytime we can reduce risk and maintain return, achieve the same return is a positive outcome for us. The results become a bit more evident at the private market level. Again, this is just the private markets program. Again, comparing the risk and return in 2022 versus 2024, and you can start seeing a more substantial reduction in expected risk on the private markets portfolio from a 16% expected standard deviation to 14%. Again, thinking back to the pie chart, a more broadly diversified program would imply and lead us to a better diversified or a better a lower risk, expected risk out of that portfolio. Now, we did give up a little bit of return, about 40 basis points, because we were diversifying out of private equity, which is a very high expected rate of return, into infrastructure and timber, slightly lower expected rate of return. But still, I would point out that 9.5% is in excess of our expected rate of return. So in the portfolio context, as we saw to the chart to the left, there really was not a significant, there was no decline in expected return at the portfolio level. So again, these are the outcomes that we were hoping and expected to see with having the latitude to invest, to increase our alternatives exposure. The last page is really a summary of what I've gone through. I will say that the board itself was very involved in this process. It was very methodical. Between the asset liability study and the asset allocation review project, this was literally, it was a 2-year endeavor. We were able to modestly reduce risk in the portfolio, maintain expected return. At the end of this, expect to use about 19% or have a 19% exposure to alternatives relative to the 25% cap. So the expectations at the outset not to use the full 25% out of the gate was achieved as well. So passage of this bill did allow us to expand our strategies within alternative investments. We were able to structure a much more, what I consider a much more efficient portfolio. This will, I believe this will have a very long-term benefit to the system over time as we're able to better diversify our private market exposure and to better diversify the portfolio as a whole. So I guess I wanted to close to thank this group for the support in getting to this point. It's been it's an important step in the evolution of our investment program. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Bruce, thank you for the presentation. You know, I think alternative investments, I know, year before last, we did finally get it done last year, but rather than taking the cap off, we raised the cap. I would direct the committee to look back at page 6 under tab B. There you will see that both in the 5-year look back and the 10-year look back, alternative investments have outperformed every other asset class we have. And with the exception of domestic equities, it's not even close. So I'm glad to see that you guys are taking steps to reevaluate your position. And it looks to me like it's a really good investment in those asset classes, yes, especially when you look at the 5-year and 10-year return.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to also thank you for ushering us through the Senate and being a good partner last year. I know we kind of had some bumpy times passing it across the floor, but I do appreciate all your hard work on getting this done. Bruce, can you, because of the bumpiness last year, and I think there's some confusion on what an alternative asset is, could you give just a layman's explanation of what we consider an alternative asset?
Sure. I will. I'm sorry?
And that was my follow-up. But I will say, I took a peek at Bitcoin recently, and I wouldn't be bad if it was crypto at the moment, but yeah.
Today that would be a good investment. Tomorrow, I'm not quite sure. So, but yes, I'll get maybe a very high-level definition of alternatives. I guess there's actually probably 2 definitions of alternatives. One is the statutory definition. The second is what we consider more of an alternative investments. I'd almost describe alternative investments to being those that aren't in the public markets, so that something that's not publicly traded, equities or bonds, something that you can buy and sell readily, that have a structure or a marketplace that's less liquid than the public markets, because you can buy and sell Apple stock all day long. Private market investments don't trade that way. So private equity, infrastructure, timber, and real estate are our private market investments. Statutorily, infrastructure and private equity are the 2 strategies we have within private markets that are considered alternative investments. So I hope that's a complete enough definition. I'd be happy to go into more detail, but
That was perfect, and the chairman was getting to the basis of my question and clarifying that we're not investing in crypto. Mr. Chairman, if I one follow-up, please, quick. 25%, you guys not envision coming before us to ask to take that off or to bump that up in the next foreseeable future?
Not in the foreseeable future, and as we'll discuss tomorrow, and another attribute of alternatives or private market investments is it takes time to gain those exposures. So the interim targets that I briefly showed here will likely not be we won't reach that point probably 1.5 years, 2 years out, because we want to properly pace those investments over time and not kind of jump in it's called vintage year diversification. We want to diversify our entry point into these strategies because there's, once you're in, there's really no liquidity to come back out.
Appreciate that, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pleasure.
Additional questions? Representative Turner?
Thank you. To follow up on his question, if I read this correctly, you're kind of staying at 19 because if you get too close to 25 and the markets move, then you're in trouble. So effectively, the cap is more like 19. Is that fair?
It's, the cap is 20, we probably are targeting 17, 16. If it's 25, we're probably, as a practical matter, going to be 22, 23. So yes, it's going to, we need to build in some of that because the last thing we want to do is to start and stop these investment programs.
Yep, and I don't know if this is for the chairman, he may know, but the concern when we passed this was that this was going to increase risk, that we're getting into something and we don't want to go there, but yet the risk profile, this says, is lower. So I don't know who answers that, but just a question.
That's the point we attempted to make for a couple of years. And we struggled getting a firm understanding, didn't we, Alan?
It can be a difficult area to comprehend. I mean, people think of alternatives as high risk, risk of losing everything, making Bitcoin type returns, but there's a spectrum of risk return opportunities in alternatives that, depending on where you want to dial at the portfolio level, where you want to take it, will lead you to, focusing on those somewhere along that spectrum. Our goal in doing this was not to necessarily try to increase return, it was to manage risk better.
Thank you.
Is it fair to say that if we have a 25% next month, that we will have wished that we had more in alternative investments?
That's a very fair assessment, yes.
Additional questions?
To follow up on that. So the categories of infrastructure and timber, could you give me a layman's on those?
Sure.
Thanks.
Well, timber is the easier of the two. Timber or trees. There are investments in land and harvesting and managing forest land for investment return. Infrastructure is a bit more, I don't want to say difficult. It can encompass many things, but think of it as investments that drive their return from the nature of the land that it's on. So a port has specific attributes because of its location, configuration, things like that. Bridges are, a location driven, and you may generate revenue off that. Toll roads, similar, creating right-of-ways through long distances. So the specifics of location and land that are driving that revenue are critical. Now, someone might ask is, where does that start going into real estate? And that is a pretty gray area now, because sometimes data centers might be considered infrastructure projects. Other times, in other strategies, they may be considered real estate. So it's not quite as clear as timber. I can point to a tree and say that's a tree. I can point to a toll road and say that's going to be infrastructure, but in between there, it does get a little bit gray.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be, Bruce, as far as an alternative asset, a lot of times those are unbankable loans, aren't they?
Bank loans?
Yeah, unbankable. I mean, why are these people going to private investors? That's my question.
Why are they going to private investors? I've not been on the general partners side, but I would say that there's a large pool of capital available to investors. On the private equity side, your point that they could not go to a bank to get a loan to finance the company is valid, because many times these are newer companies, younger companies that are looking for growth capital in order to increase revenue and sales, so they don't have the history that perhaps a bank would look to. So yes, that is the nature of private equity and that type of investment. So you are correct that they may not be able to access bank-funded capital, but bank-funded capital has, in many areas, has been replaced by private investor capital that's stepping in to replace bank financing on some of those ventures. Is that?
So we buy into one of these things, and they go out and buy a company that's distressed, let's say. And I've heard where they go in and put new manager, and the plan is to buy in, sell out, make money. So I don't know how they decide what the value of that is, but do we have any in ours that's kind of sizable that we've had for a long time where you can't sell those things?
The underlying companies?
Yes.
So not all of these investments on the private equity side are that type of distressed buyout that you described. More of it's going to be to invest in a smaller company that wants to grow, has a good product, good strategy, good team, needs capital to grow. So this growth capital is provided by the private equity market to build companies, increase employment, hopefully grow that company to a level where then it either goes for an IPO or is sold to a strategic buyer to, as a bolt-on, say, they have a line of business that's complementary to other lines of business of a company, and those companies get sold. That's the more typical transaction. Now, there are some distressed funds where the idea is to go in and buy the assets as cheaply as you can and to resurrect the company, and those can be viable strategies as well. So how that's valued, I mean, obviously, if there's a revenue stream, a profitable company is going to carry a higher valuation than a distressed company or a pure asset sale that has no revenue associated. So it's that spectrum that I was kind of trying to describe earlier. Even in private equity, there is a spectrum of risk and return that's available within that market, from very high risk to, still risky, but, I would argue that perhaps not as risky or of comparable risk at the end of the spectrum as private equity or owning public equities, because you're still financing companies. One just happens to trade on the public exchange. The other does not trade because it's being financed privately with the goal of at some point selling that company to a strategic buyer or taking it into the IPO market.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you talked about spectrum. Do we buy within the whole spectrum? What
No.
part of the spectrum do we buy in?
Not on the private equity side. So if you go down to, say, venture capital, our exposure to venture capital, which would be perhaps arguably on the higher risk, higher return end of the spectrum. And I will qualify that if you are a venture capital investor in a fund, you're taking very small bets in many companies to to diversify that risk. We don't usually, we have a very small venture capital exposure. You kind of go into the growth equity phase or to the buyout phase. Now we're talking about larger companies. Some of the names that you would recognize, some of the names that are being financed by private equity firms. So we're more in the large buyout, perhaps some of the growth equity phase. So kind of that middle to higher quality, I shouldn't say quality, larger, perhaps lower risk exposure than on the venture capital, the more, perhaps the more speculative side.
Correct me if you're not making direct equity deposits into companies. You're buying funds with a fund manager. You may have thousands of companies within that fund, but you're not making direct, and you're not sitting over there this afternoon going, well, ABC Manufacturing looks like something good. I think we'll put 10,000 in that.
We are not doing that. Yes, we're investing through funds that are we're diversifying across funds and investing in funds that are diversified as well.
Additional questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we are now going to turn our attention to an overview and discussion on Capers 3 and COLAs. We're going to start off with Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about the Capers 3 plan design, and then Jared, when you're ready, we'll talk about cost of living adjustments. This is in your notebooks, tab H, in the Capers 3 plan design page is the first document. So today the chair had asked in terms of Capers 3 to remind you a little legislative history, so that funding content back to the 2011 Study Commission, and then what the legislature did in 2012, which established the KPERS 3 benefit. And then to talk about the benefit structure, and then, if you're still with me, to talk about plan design options and maybe some benefit impacts. So turning back the clock on time on page 3 then, of course, legislature has passed lots of different laws providing various benefit enhancements to KPERS member. Perhaps one of the largest one was in 1993, where full eligibility for KPERS member was an 85-point rule. So that's when the sum of the member's age and years of service equals 85. So regardless of what age they were, but if they got to 85 through those two avenues, they'd be eligible for normal retirement, or it could have been at age 62 with at least 10 years of service. That legislation also increased that benefit retirement formula factor. It was at 1.4, moved it to 1.75, not only for future service, but also previous service as well. And then there was a 15% cost of living increase for retirees. And so to help fund that, the legislature changed some actuarial methods. They lowered employer contribution in initial years, shifting some of those costs out to the future. They implemented a 40-year amortization period. Just a side note there, current actuarial standards won't let, the most you can go out is 30 years unless they like it less than that. But then 40 years was allowed to meet standards. And so the legislature went that route. And then that statutory cap on increased employer contributions just was placed at 0.1%. So on page 4 then, of course, as things unfold, it became very clear that the actuarial cost estimates of the 1993 benefit enhancements were way too low. And there's a lot of history with that, but anyway, the cost estimate versus the actual impact once it was passed, they did not match up. That employer contribution rate, that cap of only 0.1%, was not high enough for the statutory employer contribution rate to reach that actuarially required employer contribution rate. And you may remember from this morning, it talked about the importance in terms of long-term funding of being at that actuarially required contribution rate. And so ultimately, again, from this morning, it took 25 years for the state school group to reach the actuarially required contribution. So from fiscal year 1996 through fiscal year 2021, the contributions were less than what the actuary said. And of course, then those benefit enhancements along with the experience losses, there are a couple of big downturns there, emerged particularly in 2001 and 2002. So the legislature on slide 5 then, it became clear that those actuarial projections would not, that KPERS, the retirement plan, would not be fully funded by the end of the amortization period then was at 2033. And again, that's one of those bad actuarial signs. The red lights are flashing, the sirens are going off, and somebody needs to do something, because even if you make that contribution rate, you're not going to pay that unfunded liability off at the end of the period. So the legislature, in response in 2003, raised the statutory cap on those employer contributions from then it was 0.2% to 0.6% by 2008, and it's stair-stepped up. They also issued those $500 million. Again, that was gross of fees and the pension obligation bonds in 2004. And then the 2007 legislature established KPERS 2 for employees hired, again, after July 1st of 2009. It increased retirement eligibility ages and employee contributions. And so that 85-point plan and that we talked about, you know, that happened in 93, and that 62 and 10, it went to age 65 with 5 years, or age 60 with 30 years. And so, so that was, and then the multiplier eventually got to 1.855%. Then enter the Great Recession on slide 6. The impact of that Great Recession in 2008 alone, the net investment returns totaled it's a negative. That's not a dash, or it is a dash, but it's not. Here's the number. That's a negative 28.55% for that time period. And so, at that time, the investment return assumption was 8%. So the return was more than 36% below the target. And again, a bad place for a pension funding program to be in. The market value fell $4.3 billion, again with a B, from those assets from $14.2 billion to about $9.9 billion from 2007 to 2008 at the end of the calendar year. And so yet again, then that school group was projected to be out of actuarial balance. And again, the employer contribution rate was not going to be sufficient to meet the amortization period of 2033. Slide 7 just kind of shows that kind of the history of those difficult years leading up to 2011. The funding balance had actually declined 30% in one decade. And so you can see that from, it's almost hard to imagine, but in 2000, the funded ratio was 88%. And then by 2011, it was down to 59%. And so, of course, in that time frame, there were two big market downturns in 2003, 2004, and 2008 and 2009. Again, the underfunding of employer contributions, all that just sort of really hit the funded ratio in a negative way, increased that unfunded liability. So you can see again in 2000, the unfunded actuarial liability was $1.3 billion, and by 2011, it was $9.3 billion. So, page 8, legislature. How do we address this? Appoint a study commission. And so there was a study commission created, and they met for 10 days during the 2011 interim. And they ultimately issued a final report in December of that year. And they recommended create a hybrid retirement plan, which had a defined benefit component, and then an employee-directed defined contribution plan, mainly for most new members. And it was called the King Plan after Senator King at the time. They also recommended eliminating service purchases for 1 and 2 members. And then the suggestion was to bond all or a portion of the existing, at that time, the $8.3 billion in unfunded actual liability. There was a minority report that opposed the plan as being too complex, not addressing the unfunded liability, and then the benefit adequacy in this plan that was recommended. Slide 9, 2012 legislature. Then a lot of effort over the 2012 legislature trying to take those recommendations and see what the majority of the legislature would be able to support. And so ultimately there were 3 major changes by that 2012 legislature. One was to increase the higher employer contribution rates, and that cap then state, school, local was raised. At that time it got up to 0.9%, up to 1.2% over a 4-year period. So that helps, in terms of long-term funding. Also, the employee contributions were also increased from 4% up to 6%, and creation of a KPERS 3, a cash balance plan for new members starting on January 1st of 2015. So on slide 13, just looking at KPERS 3 at a glance then, and of course, it's technically still a defined benefit plan. So defined benefit plan, guaranteed lifetime benefit, some type of formula, and you can tell what your benefit will be. To some extent, a defined contribution plan. That's like the 401k. You put your money in, it's invested, whatever's there when you get ready to retire, that's what you're going to have. KPERS 3 has the guaranteed benefits, and it's also guaranteed to be paid for a member's lifetime. KPERS 3 retirement benefits are based on the amount of the member contributes, which is 6%. And then there's employer pay credits, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit more. It does provide that lifetime benefit or annuity. It does provide some lifetime monthly benefits, including some partial lump sum and some range of survivor options. So on slide 11 then, so everybody that's joined KPERS since January 1st of 2015, and that's over half, are in the KPERS 3 system. And you can see then the pie chart on the right. Of course, KPERS 2 had a limited duration. KPERS 1 is the largest, second largest group, KPERS 3 the largest. But every year there's about 5,000 or 6,000 new KPERS 3 members that are joining the system, of course replacing mainly KPERS 1 and KPERS 2 members that are retiring or leaving. There certainly has been some concern about the adequacy of the KPERS 3 retirement benefits. And certainly there's been some bills and discussions about that, and particularly how KPERS 3 compares to KPERS 2 or KPERS 1. And of course, the benefit structure in KPERS 3 certainly could be enhanced, but of course, then that comes along with increased costs to the employer more than likely. So slide 12 is just kind of a busy slide, though, that talks about while the person's working, so the active member, they contribute to 6%. The employer pays in these pay credits based on how long the member has been working as a member of the system. They get interest on that account. They're vested after 5 years, which of course means they have entitled to a lifetime benefit. And then when they get ready to retire, those the member's contribution, those employer pay credits, and the interest then are annuitized or converted into a lifetime benefit that's guaranteed, for the rest living the life of the member. On slide 13, there was a post-audit about reviewed the adequacy of the KPERS 3 design compared to other public pension plans. The report, did make the note, and I think this is important. KPERS 3 was designed to help the funding position of the system. It's less expensive in the long run than KPERS 1 or KPERS 2. And I think in part, as you look at our funding position, I think that's certainly working. So I think KPERS 3, the design costs are meeting what was originally intended by the 2012 legislature enacted in 2015. And just, in KPERS 3, I think it is important to remember that a member never loses what they put into it, unlike a 401k. They're guaranteed 4% interest, unlike, I guess, most 401ks. And it's that lifetime benefit, again, unlike most 401ks. So never lose what they put in, 4% guaranteed interest, and a lifetime benefit. Slide 14 then just talks about, but there have been concerns about that adequacy, and so of course there have been some bills introduced last session, for example, in the House and the Senate to move all or a group of the KPERS 3 members back to KPERS 2, and the projected impact on the increase in that unfunded liability, because now you've started in 2015, and these people, if they come in 2025, now you have 10 years that there were no contributions paid on let's say the KPERS 2 design, and so that adds to the unfunded liability. At that time, the fiscal note was about $632 million increase in the unfunded actuarial liability, and then the normal cost. So somebody new joins, what's the normal cost to the employer for that member? It goes up by a little bit over 1% for the state school normal cost, and local is a little over 1.2. And just in real rough terms, a little over, well, 1%'s about $65 million annually to the state general fund, again, for state and school. There have been some bill hearings on changing KPERS 3 to another defined benefit type plan. There wasn't, I mean, I guess there was a bill, but there weren't any hearings on it last year in terms of changing it to, again, a defined contribution plan design of some type. On slide 15 then, we just try to compare some of the benefit comparisons. So with KPERS 3 being about 10 years old now, there's not quite enough experience for direct comparisons between 1, 2, and 3. And so we've calculated these retirement replacement ratios using a range of scenarios to show percentage of a member's pre-retirement income may be replaced by their KPERS 3 benefits. And these calculations are, it's important to note, they're so dependent on the assumptions you make, because the earlier a person comes into KPERS 3 and KPERS has that money, the younger they are to invest it, and they get to earn that interest credit and maybe something beyond even the 4% if there's good returns. All of that impacts their ultimate retirement benefit. Slide 16 then, just as we kind of wade into that replacement ratio, you can see, and so this compares the orange bar is a KPERS 2 member. The blue and the green one are KPERS 3 members. The blue one is what if the return is just the guaranteed 4%? Market isn't real strong, and all they get is that 4%. The green bar assumes that the market the trust fund does do well, and so they get those extra interest payments, and so that's based on 6%. And so you can see, if you read across that bottom line, the career employee, so there's somebody that didn't start till 35, but was in 30 years. That early career employee from 25 to 35, but just served 10 years and left. Those mid-career employees, age 30 to 50, 20 years. And then the late career employee, 45 to 65, 20 years. And you can see, just looking at the bar charts, and I think the chair had mentioned it this morning, particularly those two middle sets, there's examples where in that early career employee, KPERS 3 would generate a higher benefit than KPERS 2. That mid-career employee, the KPERS 3, assuming the 6% interest, would be higher than KPERS 2. And so all this, I think, is just to point out it's very dependent on the assumptions you make. How long does KPERS have the money from the member to invest to ultimately generate that KPERS 3 benefit when they retire? Slide 17 just talks about, we tried just to come up with Jared got creative and tried to come up with a real world comparison. So it's just one example. And so if you turn to page 18, he was very creative and came up with Jane Q. Public, who was went to work for the state in the fall of 1997. She was 40. She became a KPERS 1 member in 1998, because then there was a statutory year of waiting. And so she stayed with the state for 26 years, retiring in 2023 at age 66. So she retired with 25 years of service since she didn't purchase that year waiting. Slide 19 then, just so she's a KPERS 1 member. So it's average of her highest 3 years of salary, so about $64,000, 25 years of service, a multiplier, 15 years at 175, and then of course it was changed to 1.85 multiplier, so she has 10 years of there. Her 10-year life certain benefit is $27,000, about $200. If we look to her final average salary then of about $65,500, that benefit replaces about 41.5% of her working income. And of course, she worked for the state, so she'd also be entitled to about $24,500 of Social Security income. So what if she was a KPERS 3 member? Had it been in place in 1997, of course, the calculations, you get there way differently than, the traditional defined benefit plan, but we dug back through, Jared dug back through the historical payrolls and the actuarial investment returns and was able to calculate what that KPERS 3 benefit would have been. And so, so on slide 21, using her quarterly wages based on these assumptions, she would have contributed that 6%, which would have been a little over almost $57,000. Those employer pay credits that range from 3% up to 6% based on years of service would have been about $45,000. Slide 22 then is kind of the third dial in terms of calculating that those interest credit would have been 4, would have been 6. And so we Jared went back through and to see whether or not there was any dividends that would have been earned. And you can see the table from 97 through 2009. Again, she would have been guaranteed that 4%. She would have also received dividend credits when the 5-year average net return exceeds 6%, and that happened historically, at least in this time period, 15 times out of the 26 years. And so that dividend credit over Jane's career would have been an additional 2%. So she earned $49,632 on her contributions. On those employer pay credits, it would have been about $34,000. Slide 23 then looks at those contributions, employer pay credits, that interest information, and so that gets her KPERS 3 notational account. Again, we don't hold these separately, just on each individual. It's all still invested in the large trust fund and managed and invested that way, but this is a notational account. They keep it where we keep track of it in the members' information. On slide 24 then, so you take that balance, that $185,000, there's a statutory annuitization rate, which is 2% less than the investment return assumption, along with the mortality assumption and all of those things that go into that calculation to get you to that annuitization factor of a little over 13.06. So she retired at age 66, just like in the other example. Her annuity factor would have been that 13, and so her benefit amount would be $14,222 compared to her final average salary. That's 21.7% of her final average salary. So on slide 25 then, trying to look at those replacement ratios. Again, this is just one example. So on the left side is KPERS 1. That KPERS 1 benefit, based on those assumptions in the example, $27,200, which would have been about 41% of her final average salary. Add on her Social Security, about $24,000, which is about 37% of her final average salary. So those two would get her to 79% of her final average salary. And then, the goal, I think, the actuary says, if you can get to about 80% of your final average salary, your retirement replacement ratio, you can get to that about 80%, then you'd be able to maintain pretty much the same quality of life. The other bar chart there then is that KPERS 3, so that benefit $14,222, about 22% of the final average salary, add Social Security, and that gets her to about 59% of her final average salary, her retirement replacement ratio that she's trying to get in terms of that 65%. So 79% versus about 60%. Again, this is just one example, and depending on the assumption, when you start, how long you work, all that factors into that would impact those numbers you see on page 25. And then the chair had talked about perhaps if there is interest in perhaps modifying KPERS 3, what are the dials that could be used maybe to do that, and what does it cost? One, one dial would be those employer pay credits, currently 3 to 6% based on the years of service. That interest crediting rate, again, it's at that 4%. Again, they can get that variable dividend equal to 75% of the 5-year average return above 6%. And then that annuitization rate, which takes the employee contributions, the employer pay credits, and the interest, and then annuitizes it into a lifetime benefit. That annuitization rate is currently 2% less than the investment return, so it's currently at 5%. So let's just look at briefly at each of the dials and their cost and their impact. On slide 27, what if those employer pay credits, which instead of going from 3 to 6%, started at 4% and went to 7%? And so you can see this proposal, this example would be 4, 5, 6, 7 compared to 3, 4, 5, 6 under current law based on the years of service. If you did that and just did that, the percentage, it would increase the benefit, the annual benefit about $1,300, which is about 9.5%. Slide 8 is, okay, what if you wanted to change that guaranteed interest crediting rate? It's currently at 4%, but what if it went to 5%? Again, based on all the assumptions, it would add about $1,800 annually to the members' benefit, to Jane's benefit, which is about a 12% increase. Slide 29 is, okay, what if you want to turn another dial, which would be that dividend interest crediting formula that was changed to 75% of the 5-year average rate of return above 5%. And again, these dials could be, turn any way you'd want, but currently that would add about $875 to the annual benefit, which is 6.2%. And then finally, well, another one is what if the annuity rate was 6% instead of 2% less than the investment return assumption? So it's 5 right now. So what if it was 6%? That would add about $1,300 to the monthly benefit. Percentage change should be about 9% for the members. And so slide 31 is what if you did them all? What if you did the pay credits? What if you did the guaranteed interest? What if you did the dividend interest? What if you did the annual annuity rate? All changed, that would add about $6,000, which would be about a 43% increase. And slide 32 then just kind of summarizes that current KPERS 3 design, the green one on the far left, and then it just shows that annual benefit, increase the pay credits 1%, increase the guaranteed interest to 5%, increase that dividend credit, raise the annuity rate, or include all the adjustments, and that gets you to that $20,000. And then, of course, the current KPERS 1 benefit is $27,182. So those are all the dials, and then just some cost estimates to go along with those dials. Certainly, of course, there's costs related to the changing those dials. And of course, not all of them have equal impact. So increasing the employer pay credits, the normal costs, so that's the additional employer contribution the state, school, locals would have to pay, would be 0.65%. So for the state school, that's about a little over $38 million annually. Increase the guaranteed interest rate by 1%. That has a 1.23% cost on normal costs, so that's over $72 million. And increase that annuity interest rate by 1%. It's 0.4% on the contribution rate, so $24 million annually. So on slide 34 then, if the will of the body is that KPERS 3 plan design is not meeting its objectives, then clearly there can be lots of options to modify the plan, to enhance benefits while maintaining the cash balance plan. Of course, as always, if you increase benefits, there'll be higher costs to the system. That'll be reflected in higher employer contributions. And of course, if there's any major change to KPERS 3, the longer you wait, then that means more people are going into KPERS 3. As I mentioned, there's about 5,000 or 6,000 new KPERS 3 members going in every year, and so these numbers would just go up. So that may be more than you wanted to know about KPERS 3, but hopefully it responded to your questions.
Thank you very much. A very good and comprehensive report. Questions? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alan, for this wonderful breakdown. Mr. Chair, if I may have a few different questions. The first one, the cost of these levers, that would be including retroactively applying these to KPERS 3 folks that have been in since 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And, you know, just stop me if I go off the rails with this. I just want to know if there's any utility in, as the chairman said earlier, about 16 and a half years roughly from KPERS 2 to KPERS 3, basically. What if we left the first 15 years the same and then we start enhancing at year 16? Is there any utility in that? Maybe we do the service credits. Right now it's 1 to 4, 5 to 11, 12 to 23. Maybe we do 5 to 10 and then 10 to 15, and then at 15 we start enhancing it a little bit more, and then 24 plus years we enhance it again with another % or something. Is there any utility in that?
Well, certainly it could be done, and then we could work with the actuary, get you a cost figure. I think that's right. That maybe the point is, where is that break point that you might entice people to maybe, do they remain in state service, stay in state service or stay there, stay longer because of wherever that line might be drawn? Would it be enough to entice people that, maybe we're thinking, do they need a career change or not? Would that be enough? And so, yeah, you could, I think that might be a sort of a.
And looking at it, it's kind of a way also to get the cost down by not enhancing in years 1 through 15. And then the enhancement comes after. So those folks who are in year 1 through 15, that maybe at year 10, they go and they do something else, we're not paying that enhancement on it. So it's just some food for thought. But thank you, Alan, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things, and I'm definitely in favor of a cost of living adjustment or whatever, sustainability of being able to fund this year to year. How do you see that, Alan?
I mean, I think right now I'm very encouraged by that, and it's part because, again, now we're 7 valuations. Employers are paying exactly what they're supposed to. Bruce had to leave, but he's guaranteeing at least 7% rate of return on investments, give or take a little bit. Not really, but I just feel, we're at 75% the funded ratio, and we're headed up. I think particularly once we get by the bitter pill of 2022 on those investment losses that are baked in, that will help the funded ratio. I mean, overall, I feel very positive about the current funding position of the trust fund.
One more question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. One more question, thank you. If we had a short downturn, for whatever reason, are we stable enough to handle a couple of years of not reaching that 7% and still stay in good stead?
Yeah, good question. And I'd say yes, particularly if it's on the short, as you mentioned short. For example, the actuary in her calculation does, in the back of the valuation is, what if next year it's 7%? What if next year it's 0? And what if next year if it's a negative 7%? And just like that 1 year of even negative 7% does not move the dial much the wrong way, slows us down a little bit on increasing that funded ratio, but it's, again, it's that long-term perspective and that we'd be able to invest our way and work out of it.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? So, Alan, and maybe more for the committee, as Alan gave us a pretty good historical context on the plan. So I think we need to remember 93. We need to remember 2001 and 2002. There were significant changes made to the plans, and I can only assume that that's because they were becoming too costly or unsustainable. And so I know for a fact, because I was on that interim and that committee, very much so in 2012. 2011 and 2012 were the situations. So I don't think we want to get back into that position. And as you know, when you look at the cost, when you look at the statutory cost, and if we increase benefits and the statutory cost goes up on every employee, then that is a budget item that you're going to have to deal with every year. So the other thing, Alan, can you give me an approximate percentage of state cost as a percentage of payroll on Tier 3? Because it wouldn't be the statutory rate, or would it?
The employer contribution rate for all three tiers, 1, 2, and 3, are the same. So the state's putting in the exact, the 11.5%, 12%, 12.5%, as they are for any other, or any KPERS member, whether they're in 1, 2, or 3.
From a benefit standpoint, does that same 11.9 contribution rate equal the same benefit? It doesn't.
Well, yeah, then you get to the benefit structure, and then you're to KPERS 3, and it's a different design, different plan, so a different benefit. You're correct.
So, a lot of discussion back in 2011, 2012, when the change was made to KPERS 3, was that there was a difference there was a huge wage gap between private sector and public sector employees, and the reason that people were willing to work for the public sector is because they did have greatly enhanced benefit packages over the private sector. And I agree with that. As the committees move forward, I think it's time to look at some research and see how much of that pay gap still exists between private and public for similar positions, because I'm not sure that that pay gap is as much as it was then today. And so when you look at the private sector, I don't know of many employees or employers that are paying, I'm going to call it 12%, towards their employee retirement benefits. The other thing that I strongly encourage you to keep in mind is that any increase in benefits that is not paid for up front hurts the fund. And so if you're going to increase benefits or change plan design, I think those have to be paid for up front. And so if you look at page 33, there's your estimate. You're talking $150 million. And that's recurring, right, Alan?
Yes.
That's every year. And there's a multiplier that we can add to that, because it's going to not be 150 every year. It's going to, there's a multiplier factor there that's going to increase that each and every year.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's an ongoing cost. The employer contribution rate would go up, provide increased benefits. The employer pays it.
I would like to separate our discussion on Tier 3 from the COLA. So I know we have a couple of other people that want to talk on maybe one or both. So Ernie, do you want to talk about Tier 3, or do you want to save the discussion for the COLA part?
my mind, I have them tied together.
Okay.
So,
Why don't, we'll wait for the COLA discussion. Treasurer Johnson is here. I've invited him. He's been my lean-on guy for Capers for many, many years, so I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to come share thoughts that we need to be considering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the committee and everyone here. We are fortunate to have an awesome team on Capers to continue looking at all of the issues. There were a couple of things that I was going to look at. Where to start is a good question. Alan and team do such a great job going through the issues, and I really appreciate the examples that they have. One of the things that I'm sharing just goes along with the point that the chair made. This was the projection that we had in 2011 and 2012 when we were looking at the base case that we had in Tier 2 against the move to the other plan. There are a lot of moving parts, so none of these numbers are in a perfect vacuum to compare what the world looks like. But that was the challenge that we faced at that point to meet the funding need that was there. And then as we looked at the, I want to point out one of the things that really helped is we started putting money in earlier. So we increased the contribution up front, and that helped to pull down that ultimate contribution in the column that you see for 2194. But the benefit case was the other key difference in those. A couple other things the director went through earlier, so many of the details that the legislature had worked on. The addition of bonding has helped. The additional payment that was made a couple of years ago was a big help in meeting the cost and pulling that down. So all of those columns have continued to change, but I appreciated hearing all of the history of what had gone on. Right before I walked over, the wind is enough that I am curious for a test case. It even messed with my hair, Mr. Chairman, so I warn us all, the reviser.
Oh, that's windy.
But I am curious if we leave with the director, if anything will move in his appearance, because I've never seen it disheveled. So anyway, but going through all of those numbers and the things that we had, I think it's your page 16 of Alan's deck that gave the different options that were there. And that helps us get a handle on who do we want to reward and what's the cost. And in all of your trade-off challenges, what are the pluses and minuses? Thank you, Director, always taking care of me. That goes back a few years. But as we see, that early career employee is actually incented even, and is it notional or notational account? Is it notational? Okay, so that even in that account, it looks fairly attractive to have the chance to gain that growth for a young employee. So am I wanting to, and I don't have the answer, I'm just saying what are the questions that I want to ask? Am I wanting to attract that person, and what does that look like as I try to best do that? And then as I look to the other side, the late career employee, which was Jane, and it's me. It is hard to get a late career employee to 80% of salary. It's so much easier if you can start before age 40 to achieve that goal. So is that something that I wish to put on? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that cost is meaningful. As I look to that, and I look to that cost for someone like me, it's double the cost of the other because the benefit's double, right? Those are going to track for where that has to come from to be able to get there. So in that, that's one. I am a double whammy of a problem. I started late, and I also want to thank you for the salary increase that I'll have in January. That is awesome, but it'll change my final average salary. And I'm not a great case for Capers on the pay-in side, but I am certain that someday as I check my email and the statement that comes through, that I'll be very thankful for that, which is something that I never planned on. but it won't come without a cost. So that's where I just want to make sure that I have a focus on that. And even on the career employee, I'm not sure why that starts at 35 and not younger. I think it would help bring that cost down as I'm trying to, and I think that may be why the cost increase that I see even at the $150 million a year escalating isn't quite as dramatic as I might expect when I look at the difference between the orange and the blue bar on the career employee, because that's a lot. Somewhere that has to come from. So anyway, I looked through that and just wanted to look at how all of that works. In a DB plan, a defined benefit plan, we take on several risks from the state versus what an individual takes on. We take on the market risk. We take on the liquidity risk. We take on that withdrawal risk. If I retired in 2022 in my own plan, my values went down. Doesn't happen, but it does happen in the underlying funds. The way we invest everything, it's the same types of dollars in, it's the same types of earnings. I think we have a benefit with the professional management that Capers has above what I can get as an individual investor. I don't have the chairman's cryptocurrency in my portfolio to give me the real driver, but and I appreciated those comments earlier. But anyway, I think there is a benefit that comes with that, but there are a number of risks that are there. One other risk that did exist in Tier 2 that we did look at, and I think the revisor will remember some of these discussions, is as a Tier 2 member, my benefit cannot be decreased not only now, but going forward. I am protected on that. One of the changes that was made in Tier 3, whether or not you wish to maintain that, was whatever your benefit earned is your benefit. You cannot change that. But on a go-forward basis, assumptions could be changed for better or worse, is my understanding. I'd check that with the revisor. But when we were facing that initial funding schedule, that was one of the serious challenges that we had to say, there's no change on this, so how do we deal with that with new hires? Because that was the lever that was changeable at that point in time. And would we want future legislatures to have that flexibility? So those were some of the things that were there. I did some work. I'm wondering if you need the time to get into the COLA or if you have the spreadsheet, is it viewable that people will be able to see it? It may be challenging. This is not as good as Jared's work, but a year ago last summer when we started some of the discussions, I was curious because one of the things that I do want to encourage you on is looking at what do you do with Tier 3. Is it performing as we had hoped? Our intention was that it got at least a 6% payout for the employees. It had not. So what should that look like? Where does that move? So I started by looking at just the Capers Tier 3 return with the 4% guarantee that's there in the column. I'm going to be challenged to tell you the numbers, but thank you for catching it. And next to that, I put the dividends that were actually paid. So I didn't do my homework like Jared did and look back. I just looked at what had happened. And then I said, what was our average return over that time? So it was 4.88 is what was actually paid out, meaningfully less than what we had intended for the target at the 6%. So then I was curious to just look at what does that look like. And I just made up a salary, threw that in there. And the reason that I use this is so I can change the assumptions and see what happens when I move the levers. So I didn't try to go crazy on salary. I didn't try to go crazy on increase in salary. We may be above a 2% increase. A 3% contribution on that from the employer, assuming someone's starting. A 6% contribution by the employee would be on the 6%. What does that add up to? Add the value of that dividend that was paid in that year, and then just roll those values forward. And as I looked at that, and again, this is through mid-year 2023, it would look a lot better if I added the last year and a half on, but I actually thought it was helpful to get a perspective of a bad part, and then you can also look at a better time. But next, if you scroll down just a little, I'm in the defined contribution world. That's how I planned for my retirement before I started. And what would that look like? So I just took raw returns of the S&P 500 and the composite bond index. There's no expense on it. I just put those returns in the first two columns, and then in my cryptic effort, I split it 60-40 to come up with what the blend return would be by just using a 60-40 mix. And then I went through the same process, and as you'll notice, I did start with 60-40, but I wound up with a few dollars less in that account than I did in Tier 3. So to get more, I just need to hit something north of 65% in equities. I needed to take more risk, and even with that terrible year in stocks, because bonds weren't that big a help, I can outperform Tier 3 with a 70-30 mix. So if you want to, Eddie, you can just change that 60 to 70. And you'll see that it goes to a number that's slightly above the 50-some thousand that was above for Tier 3. So anyway, looked through that. I was looking at what are the returns, you always want to look at compound returns on these, but that's not even perfect, right? The compound return versus the average return takes out a bigger impact for those negative returns and how that works over time. So a geometric return specifically. Do you want a nickel's worth on the difference between those and why it matters? Okay, a quick example. I'm going to say that Chairman Longbine has an investment with a 12% expected return, and Chairman Hoheisel has one with 25%. Which one do you want? Yeah. Immediately you go for the higher return. But the way I'm going to get to the return on the 25% return investment is the first year it's going to go up 100%. The next year it's going to go down 50. Plus 100 minus 50, positive 50 divided by 2, 25% is the average, the arithmetic mean. The compound or geometric mean is 0. I started with $100, it doubled to 100, I lost 50%, I'm back at 0. So that's why the pattern of the returns, the amount of the return matters. And so the compound return, I calculated, it was 4.88 to 4.87 or something on the Tier 3 one, but it goes down a little more on these with volatility. So that calculation is in there as well as the compound annual growth rate. A little further down, I wanted to look at, well, what if we just put it in capers and use the net return, which, by the way, is the best of the outcomes. So I looked at the net returns for those years, built the portfolio the same way, and came up with the 52,000 that was there. So then I would go back and say, you got a better example from Alan already. What if I went to 5% rather than 4%? What does that look like? It depends on how many years you're in, right? Changing the amount that is paid, if we scroll back up to that first set of data, if I change my dividend to 5%, that matters more over time. It doesn't matter as much initially. Initially, changing my employer contribution has a bigger impact because 1% of my $45,000 salary is a bigger deal than 1% of my earnings through that initial time and what's in that account. As I get further down, once my account balance out there hits 50,000 and is rivaling my salary, now 1% on that is a bigger deal. So all of those pieces come together as you try and look at the levers that you want to move, and it was just one way that I was looking at how do I quantify. The first question is, who am I most wanting to make sure that I incent? What is the impossible question of fairness across that, right? And then the next one, to Chairman Hoheisel's point, is what is the cost for each of these and how do I best apply those? And I don't have those answers for you, but appreciate the questions that you all asked. And those were just some of the things that I was looking at, see if I missed anything in my notes. I think that's most of what I knew that I had wanted to cover.
Stephen, thank you very much.
Thanks for the chance to be here.
Give the committee an opportunity for questions, but I want to ask, Chairman Hoheisel talked about this at the beginning of this section. Do we want to reward employees differently based on longevity. So I'm probably going to get in trouble, but they're going to have to chase me down in Emporia to get me in trouble. But I'm going to use a couple of examples. So a cabinet secretary is probably making pretty good money for the state and may or may not get vested. But if they're working for a governor who stays for 2 terms, they're invested. So, or they're vested, so they have a high average salary, but they've only been an employee for 8 years. So is that lifetime benefit that they're going to receive appropriate? And should it rival a 40-year-old, career 40-year school teacher? The same can be applied, unfortunately, to a 2-term senator or a 3-term House member. So those are some of the things that I guess concern me. I don't know that Tier 3 is sufficient or adequate, or at least it's nowhere near what Tier 1 and Tier 2 were for a career school teacher. But there are so many instances outside of the school group that make it difficult to apply the same reasoning to all of it. But in a pension plan, I don't know that you can differentiate. So as you move forward, those are some of the challenges I think you need to be aware of and consider. Representative Neighbor?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I think one of the other things is when this was developed and stuff, we were having problems retaining or getting teachers, new teachers in and incentivizing. And so not only was this done to help us manage capers, but it gave us an alternative. What we have now is a Tier 3. When they look at it, they're not seeing it at that long-term comparison rate. They're seeing this as a very poor program, not one that they are, and that's what I'm just
I
adding.
don't disagree, and that's kind of what some of my comments to begin this section were. The reason for those comments is if you look at Tier 3 for a career teacher, as an example, or a career state employee, and if you compare Tier 3 to Tier 2 or Tier 1, there is a big difference. But is there a big difference between Tier 3 and what you can do in the private sector in a similar paying type position? I think your example showed there isn't much difference.
At that moment in time, if I may interject, at this moment in time, the defined contribution plan at the same risk level should look meaningfully more attractive. But that, again, is a risk. There will be folks that do retire in downturns where Tier 3 will be better, and those in up markets.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As somebody that was around in the study group and Treasurer Johnson, I'd like to get your guys' thoughts. Was defined contribution discussed when you guys were putting all this together? I understand we went halfway there, but what was the pushback on going fully to defined contribution?
And there are other groups that can speak well to it as well. I think there were 2 general thoughts. One is that there was value to the collective management of capers, and the other was the risk that was there. And would employees be incented to take even a 60-40 risk, or would they be even more fixed, where 4% might be towards the top of what they would earn over time in interest rates, particularly in that interest rate environment, which was very different than it is today. So there was concern that without some additional advice, many employees would seek to avoid risk and wind up in an even worse position than what Tier 3 would provide. So those were the keys.
I said, that's true.
Yeah, okay. So, but I would underscore again that there was an expectation that the dividends would be a little higher than they were. So I think that in any of the cases, you're looking at the right levers, you're looking at the right types of things to say, do we now look at that? And another reason that we were concerned were the transition costs to a DC plan. There is some, and the part of, as you wind down that portfolio to go to the defined contribution portfolio, eventually you shift from that long-term pension portfolio with a 7% return to a life general account portfolio where I have a whole bunch of specific annuities based on how long Senator Dietrich and I are going to live, and that might have a return closer to 4%. And as you decrease that return expectation on the portfolio, it has a meaningful change in how many assets have to come. By keeping the cash balance, we were able to not deal with that known unknown of exactly what it would cost us, but it would have been, I think, several billion. So it's fun to relive this. Thanks for the chance.
Yeah, I appreciate that insight, Mr. Chairman. If I one quick other question, if I may. How can we better utilize 457 plans? And how can that be a solution on top of this?
I think that is a great question, and even raising the question illustrates what do we do in terms of educating and adding the most value we can to employees. And then is there a value to both plans, one where you have that guarantee and one where you become more comfortable embracing that risk, particularly for young employees where it can be a little more exciting.
Thank you.
I think it's just kind of more of a comment is that, well, it seems like we all see that we have a problem. And the other piece that I think that we have to consider is that, which we kind of came up earlier, is that as long as we maintain this status quo with Tier 3, then we have this, as was mentioned with teachers, but we've seen it with our correctional needs in that we don't want this population to be in Tier 3. We want them to be in Tier 2 because it's so important to have that incentive so that we can grow those numbers. But the reality is that we are moving into, I would say, a critical place, not just in corrections. We're moving into a critical place where we're talking about public education or a variety of things. And so I think we're making it, we're not helping our problem, our long-term situation if we just pick off different groups and say, it's so important for this because they're a certain size, or because we think they're so critical at a time. So I'm glad we're really, I hope that we move beyond just talking about Tier 3 and actually do something.
Additional questions for Treasurer Johnson? Stephen, thank you so much for your work and your counsel and your guidance and your willingness to come visit with us. Okay. Jared, I had you down. Did Alan cover your area?
I do have a few slides specific to cost of living adjustments. There should be a divider behind tab H, and so the slides are behind there. And I'll just jump through these. Some of it's pretty basic information that you probably, for the most part, already grasp. Just, the purpose of a cost of living adjustment to help maintain purchasing power in retirement for retirees. So the first thing I'll point out is just on page 4 of that presentation, there's two basic cost of living adjustment approaches that public pension plans use. An automatic design where there's something built into the plan design and a COLA is granted either through some sort of trigger or automatically every year they receive a COLA, or ad hoc adjustments where the governing body, in Kansas case the legislature, and in most large public pension plans it's the legislature who would be in charge of passing those ad hoc adjustments. On page 5, There are quite a few plans who have an automatic COLA already built in the public sector. At the last report in May of 2024, a study of 101 public sector plans showed 74 had an automatic COLA of some kind. 27, including Kansas, uses the ad hoc approach. The most common design is to tie it somehow to the CPIU, either it's generally some, 1% if the CPIU is more than X percent. It's generally not a one-to-one with the CPIU or anything like that. That would be a fairly rich design for a cost of living adjustment. There's some discussion of costs on slides 6 and 7. Automatic COLAs are very expensive, particularly to try and implement them now, 60 years on from the basis of a system, just because it's never been funded. So doing that sort of retroactive change would be very expensive to execute today. We do have some updated cost information that we talked to our actuary about this summer, including the cost of a 1% automatic COLA, and that's that first bullet on slide 7. So for the state school group, a 1% automatic COLA increases the unfunded liability about $760 million. It's an increase in the normal cost rate of about 1.2% or $66 million per year. And then another option would be to, if you appropriated some amount of money, how many people could receive a 5% adjustment? So those are those 3 bullets at the bottom of that page. So if you appropriated $25 million, about 7,800 of the longest retired members would be able to receive a 5% adjustment to their benefit. If you up that to 50 million, that number goes up to about 13,000, and so on. Slide 9. 8 and 9 are just a history of cost of living adjustments in Kansas. I think you're all aware that it has been quite a number of years. The last adjustment was approved by the legislature in 2008. It applied to members who'd been retired at least 10 years. So as of the last valuation, there, the last point on slide 9, about 11,000 members have received some COLA. The remaining 90.5% of current retirees have never received a cost of living adjustment since they retired. And I will stop there to give some time for other conferees, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jared at this point? Senator Petty?
So on page 7, on the first bullet there about that would be 760 million one-time funds, and then it would have an annual cost of 66 million. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, 760 is the one-time cost that you could amortize that, or you could fund it up front if you had $760 million lying around. And then the 66 million would be the annual cost from that increased benefit.
Thank you.
Additional questions of Jared? Representative Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say, I have a private pension, and so the same is true of what I got, right? So my purchasing power gets to be less every year. But when I left, I knew that that's what I was getting into. So I'm wondering, the folks under these KPERS plans, are they told something different? Do they acknowledge or sign something? Or, I mean, what do they think they're getting into when they leave?
Well, I don't know if our form has a specific. We do tell them. We have a specific statement that their benefit won't change. There's no cost of living adjustment in the plan design and the forms that they have to sign. So yes, there is acknowledgement of that.
Okay, so we have this discussion because we're elected officials, I guess.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Jared, I see none, but you might stay close. Next, we are going to hear from Ernie Claudel, who is not appearing as a KPERS board member, I'm quite sure.
Yes, and I have the disclaimer in my presentation, but you'll soon see that I probably don't even need that because from the employee side, there's a slightly different tilt on this thing. Did I? Oh, okay. So, and also the other things represented here, two people can be friends and have opposite opinions. Most of you don't know this, but Representative Johnson and I started down this line at the same time. And we've remained friends over it. We've had more than one argument, and it's been fun sitting beside him on the Capers board. Okay, a couple things that you guys are wonderful because you keep coming up with these facts. So I'm going to throw out a few facts before I forget them. Okay, first of all, the idea behind the concern about doing something about Tier 3 was the loss of teachers. The latest statistics are that Kansas is second behind Vermont in the number of teachers lost yearly. Vermont is 7.28%, and Kansas is 5.36%. Also, several years ago, Jared did a study, and I've kept track of this over the years far more loosely than he, but actually the baby boomer rush of retirements never happened, at least in Capers in the teaching profession. So the real concern is not necessarily the number of retirees. It's people getting out of the profession. Somebody has mentioned one of the popular things running around that I've heard talked about is another 13th check. I thought that was a great idea too. When I listened to all the discussion in the various committees I've attended, there's a real concern about the people, and it turns out over 85, as you'll notice in my statistical sheet I added to yours. All those, by the way, all those amendments, attachments somehow figure into what I'm going to say, and that's pretty easy to see. But 13th check goes back to the old story. If you're not making anything and you get 100% raise, you're not making anything anymore. And that's an exaggeration, but a lot of those people, if you gave them a 13th check, I did a number, if someone was receiving in retirement $12,000 a year or $1,000 monthly, gave them a 13th check, that would increase their annual income $100. And so that's watch out for that. Capers has a wonderful 457 plan, if I may say so myself, and not speaking for them, my observation. And the real problem that I see in that is that a large amount of people in Capers don't make enough of money to add more to that plan. In other words, they're trying to live day to day, and their salary isn't enough to invest more than the 6% we're requiring them to invest. I would think if somebody thinks that a sentence somewhere when you want to teach or you want to be a police officer and you sign it and it says you'll know what this is, you know your benefits not going to change once you get it, and you're about 21 or 23 or 25 years old, that's going to go over there. That's not a nice statement, because the people at Capers say, sadly, the phone starts ringing for most people on concern about retirement when they get to be 50. And also the firefighters who have plenty of time to sit around and discuss things, that they are not even often able to get their young young new members to understand the need to invest fuller. So there is a blessing in this. I want to talk about I want to talk a little bit about the unfunded liability, and then in my mind, I've tied Tier 3 and the COLA together, and so hopefully you can follow me through this, and it makes some sense. First of all, my idea is, of course, the two reasons for underfunding mainly was the old teachers' retirement system was folded into Capers, and it wasn't brought in fully funded. that the statute wasn't followed. So that was the first underfunding for the teachers. The second thing happened then, of course, when the underfunding, the 25 years started. Now, here's what I've come up recently. And like the chairman said, I may offend somebody, but I got to thinking about this. Until what we've actually done now, because everybody in the world, I think, understands that Tier 3 is not a very good program. What we've basically done, we have, in a sense, essentially started an underfunding program by admitting that the system is not good enough. And the longer we wait to fix it, it's just going to get worse because it's going to cost more money. And so, and I even go so far, if you want to go this far with me, if we don't finally decide how we're going to do this, it's a further a program down the road 5 or 10 years, we may decide that it's not sufficient again for whatever reason. If we do, that's the beginning or maybe the middle part of another underfunding session. So in my mind, I know it costs a considerable amount of money, but if we want to stop this, we need to fix it. And so, the other point, and it's been pretty much made, but just maybe not said this way, I'm sorry, senior moment. I'll go on, I'll come back to that. So the problem is not, everybody wants to change the system to go to Tier 2 or to go to Tier 3 or to go the thrift program or something. I think that's not the problem. The problem is that not enough money is being invested to or contributed to make the system work the way we want it to work. That's the problem. It is somewhere along the way you can get in the argument, well, it'd be better for the state if it was DC. Anybody that's working as a public employee is going to tell you that and it's been stated here today by somebody, the reason they work, one of the reasons they work for a lower salary is because of the benefits. So if you need to take that into consideration because that's really important for retention and recruitment. So how I tie the COLA and the Tier 3 together is that we need to, until we fix one of them, until we fix all of them, we're not going to fix one of them, because the real problem comes about of all the explanations and excuses, I call them excuses, for not wanting to talk about a COLA. All of those, the real frustration is not to be able to discuss it. And listening to the concerns, the concern has been with the senior employee who isn't making much. Speaking of that, I found one of those people. I got to thinking, well, who are these people that the committees are concerned about that have been retired so long that they're not getting very much money at all? By the way, they did get 16 COLA increases and 5 bonuses, and at one time it did talk in the Capers retirement literature as early as late as 2005 that there was a possibility there would be a COLA involved. And I have a copy of that brochure if anybody'd like to see it. One of the members of KCPR came up with it. But somewhere, and I gave you a list of how many people are in Capers are 80, 85, and 90. And I found one of those people. This person is 88 years old. She taught over a period of 36 years, finished with a master's degree, had two years off for childbirth during that time, and because she followed her husband around, I can hand this to you. I don't have this in your papers. She followed her husband around, and she wasn't always able to teach full-time, and she was eligible for the 1997-98 COLA of 3%, and that increased her retirement pay $50 a month, and she retired with a gross pay of $39,300, and she receives, including the 3% COLA in 98, she receives today a net income of $1550. So somewhere along in there, there's a somewhere there's a break point. And so, so what I've been trying to figure out some way to get a COLA going that the budget cost would be low enough that we could at least talk about it. So one of the things I'm probably going to submit, or have KCPR and CARS will submit, is a 1% non-compounding COLA for anybody that's worked 5 years, figured on their original amount, and then anybody over 85 years of age would get just an increase in their income, in the benefit, because it's been neglected. The other, as my mother used to say, slightly pithy comment is, if we wait till sufficient amount of funding is available through the trust fund, and then make that the date, we don't have myself, who I'm probably older than you think I am, and a lot of the other retirees, we probably don't have 15 years left. And and the last thing that dawned on me today, and by the way, we've tried to figure this out. People far higher in the world in statistics and surveys and so forth, we cannot determine this. But there's a number of CAPERS retirees. Most of them are KPNF people, both fire and police, who do not have Social Security taken out of their salary. And my standing comment has been, and one of the fellows that was helping me with this, or trying to help me with this, agreed it'd probably be easier to find out where the nukes are buried than it is to find out how many people that is, because Social Security, there's too many ifs, ands, and buts to figure that out. But there are a number of Kansas and the CAPERS retirement system that are not drawing Social Security. I believe there are no teachers in that category, that there are people. And I should have started with this. Thank you that have switched these chairs over chairmanship. Thank you so much for at least letting me speak and represent the employee. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, I will call your attention to, I'm going to say written testimony from Ed Klump.
I'm online.
Oh, you are online.
Oh, great.
Do you want to make a few comments? I don't have much time, but if you want to make comments, or do you want us to treat this as written only?
Mr. Chairman, if I could make just a few comments, I'm not going to repeat a lot because a lot has been talked about that's in my testimony, but if you'd allow me to, I'd appreciate that, and I'll be speedy as I can, and if I go too long, just tell me.
Okay, go right ahead.
So my testimony is on behalf of the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Peace Officers Association. I get a question a lot about why we care about this, because there's a lot of people think everybody's under KPNF that's in law enforcement. And so in the first paragraph, I describe why we're interested in this. I'm not going to go through that. And then the second paragraph of my testimony is pretty much just covering, the experience that's been talked about most of this time you've given to this. In the opinion of our members, the post-retirement benefits have a significant impact on employee retention and recruitment. Law enforcement is continuing to see a critical shortage of staff due to the combination of factors, including retirement benefits, competitive salaries, and job satisfaction. And these factors are more attractive outside government employment. We have many employees, especially in our jails right now, that could actually make more as much money working at McDonald's than they do salary-wise in the jails. And so it's a critical issue for us. Staffing, all of our staff that is not a sworn law enforcement officer, certified by the state to be a law enforcement officer, are under regular capers unless their community has their own retirement plan, which a few do. We're going to talk about that a little bit. And I've listed 4 things at the bottom of that first page that these things create a problem with us for. Required overtime costs us a lot more money to pay for the same number of hours of work because of staffing shortages. We have to fill our slots to keep adequate police officers on the street, dispatchers in chairs, and so on. Workload's concentrated on fewer employees, which increases stress on the employees, incentivizes employees to look for work outside the public safety sector. And then there's also a great deal of pressure to lower the standards of our employment recruitment. And that never bodes well. They always create more problems than they solve. Over the last couple of years, we've heard about a lot of solutions like have been talked about today. I'm going to start blending this a little bit with the cost of living now. If we're looking at changing Tier 3, it seems to me we need to be talking about how do we address the COLA issue. And I want to shift the thoughts away just for a moment, not that they're not important, but shift it away from the current retirees to our future employees and future retirees. And it's very important to look at this. And one of the frustrating things that we've had with this discussion over the years is there seems to be a sincere interest in doing something, at least by some, in the way of a COLA, but hasn't been much of a discussion about how do we stop adding the number of retirees that don't have a COLA. And there was some data mentioned earlier by one of the conferees about that study that 74% of the public retirement systems give automatic COLAs, and the other 27% are given by ad hoc COLAs. And the history of the CAPER system, even though it's not written into the law, is ad hoc COLAs. In fact, if you look at the data of the retirements that were given over the years, between 1972 and 1998, there was a total of 16 benefit adjustments. Those are true benefit increases that were made, and that's one every 1.7 years. So for that length of time, 25 years, if you will, 26 years, there was a pattern set that the ad hoc system, like 27% of the public retirement systems use, was working in Kansas. And then all of a sudden it stopped. After that, there were 5 one-time additional benefit payments. Those weren't increasing the annual benefits. It was just 1 year you got $300 more, $500 more, whatever it was. And so that kind of answers the question somebody asked earlier about, what is CAPERS indicated to the employees about this? Well, I started work before 1972, and so my experience was that COLAs were ad hoc, and the legislature took care of us on that aspect on a periodic basis as they could afford. And now, of course, that's not the case. So one of the things we would ask is that you look at a solution that not only addresses the Tier 3 issue, but at the same time would stop the bleeding and stop adding more and more retirees without any kind of a COLA proposal or opportunity. And there's a very good system in Kansas to look at and how that could work, and that's Wichita. And if you look on the third page of my testimony, I've created a chart comparing the two systems, Capers and the Wichita non-public safety employees. Wichita also has a police and fire plan similar to what Capers do. This plan is affordable. They do a 2% COLA every year. You'll see that the next to the last line on the chart, or I'm sorry, third to the last line. They start 36 months after retirement, and then the retiree gets 2% increase based on the original base benefit amount. It doesn't compound, but it's just based on the original benefit. And as you can see, that make a significant difference in the loss of purchasing power as time goes on. I'm not going to go through all those comparisons. You can see them on the chart there. I don't think this has really been looked at. I think it would be nice if we could establish a plan that all new employees would go on, and perhaps the tier 3, where we could have a COLA built into a defined benefit plan. And then over time, that pool of retirees without a COLA is going to shrink as we all die off. And as Ernie said, probably most of us will never live long enough to see a COLA. And but eventually it'll get small enough. Maybe we can do something for those that remain, and it would be more affordable. But I think one of the things that I just want to stress that we would like to see in our ask of the committee is to at least look at and consider, could a plan be built that would offer a COLA and still be affordable for the state. The one thing I would point out in the Wichita plan, if you look at that chart, the last line, their multiplier is 2.25% per year of service compared to us, and so it's doable. And I know the UAL is the elephant in the room. Wichita's around 90% funded most of the time. I see in 2023, 88.11%. And all this data on the chart came from the 2023 Capers annual report and the 2023 Wichita Retirement System annual report. And I referenced where you can find that at the end of my testimony. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to testify by WebEx. I'm out of town. I rarely do this. I like to be there in person, but I'm at a conference with the Sheriff's Association right now, and this is the only way I could provide the testimony. And I'll be glad to answer questions if anybody has it.
Ed, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you making the effort to be with us today via WebEx. So, committee, are there questions of Ed? Senator Petty.
Ed, this is Senator Pat Petty, and I just had a real quick question. On your last paragraph before the table, you said legislature to end tier 3 and to seek a tier 2 type of system that can include a COLA for retirees that are retiring under that plan. When you say that plan, are you referring back to the new plan or?
A new plan. I was referring to the new plan, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Ed, thank you very much. Committee, at this time, we need to develop recommendations, if there are any, for the committee report to the 2025 legislature. I would request, as ground rules, that if you have a recommendation for a change, that you also include your thoughts on whether it is a retroactive recommendation or whether it is a go-forward recommendation, and also how you would like to see the legislature with a recommendation on how they should fund that. Whether the plan's going to eat it or whether the legislature is going to pay for it. So I'll open it up for discussion. Are there any recommendations that you would like to see in the report? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to make a motion right now. Just give some quick thoughts. I believe we shouldn't narrow it down right now. I believe we heard a lot of good information today. We need to digest that information. But I would personally recommend that our recommendations are fairly broad, and the 2025 legislature should continue looking at enhancements to Capers 3, improvements and where they can be made in a broad sense instead of getting very specific. So those are just my thoughts on that.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I don't have any recommendations right now. I think it comes down to just a couple things, right? It comes down to how much are we willing to spend. I don't have much appetite for adding to the UAL, and so if the legislature is going to spend on it, what's our budget, right? We kind of did the same thing with our tax bill somewhat successfully last year, but we were given a target budget, and so if it's we can eat 75 million a year, 100 million a year, get together with our budget chairs, Ways and Means chairs. What do we feel comfortable? Then everything else gets a little bit narrowed down from there, right? And from there, it's just what behaviors do we want to incentivize? For me personally, anecdotally, I have a ton of friends who came into their career as teachers and then they hit 30, 32, 35 years old, and then they thought pastures were a little bit greener elsewhere. And then looking at the replacement charts, that's about when they kind of max out in terms of the replacement ratios, right? And so if we're able to just get a budget and our parameters based on that budget, the levers are pretty obvious in my opinion.
Sure. Thank you, and I agree with Representative Hsu and with the chairman. I do want to, one caveat to what I just mentioned about keeping it broad is that we recommend that any enhancements are paid for up front and not added to the unfunded liability. And I think that is very key, and that should be made very clear that we're not adding to the unfunded liability. We need to pay the cost up front. So.
Additional comments? Senator Petty?
Well, I don't disagree with either of the comments that have been made, but I would agree that we definitely have to, well, I'm going to start out with we need to end Tier 3, and we need to figure out how to do it. But, and we're talking about having an amount that's paid up front, but there is going to be a continual increased cost. So we can't, so when you talk about, you don't want to add to the unfunded liability, that, I mean, any change that we make has an upfront cost, but also a continual year after year increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree. I think what I mean when paying the upfront cost is paying basically the legacy cost or the retroactive cost of the last 10 years. Any further increase doesn't necessarily have to be added to the unfunded liability because it will just go to the higher employer cost. And as long as we're meeting the higher employer cost, that doesn't add to the unfunded liability. So that's how I would kind of view that. But I agree with you 100%. We do have to be very aware of future cost and the growth of the future cost. Those levers, we saw what their numbers are projected now for future costs, but that number is just going to continue to grow and grow 5, 10, 15 years out. So.
Additional comments or recommendations? Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in listening to some of the historical information that was provided about how we even got to Tier 3, there are a couple of things that were mentioned that might behoove us to study as we go forward before we make any specific recommendations, such as how much is that pay gap that still exists between public and private, and for people who are in the same basic career path. And the other thing I want to mention in this, and then I'll make another comment. You know, we talk a lot about teachers, and of course, I'm a former educator. After 40 years, I retired. But there are so many other groups in our tiers that we need to continue to remind ourselves of. And, you know, Chief Klump did that as well. You know, we've got law enforcement members. We have state employees everywhere. In Shawnee County, I think we've got 8,100 state employees, as a matter of fact, in just Shawnee County. So I just think we need to keep reminding ourselves that there are many careers that Capers has under their umbrella. The next comment that I have is, there was also a question about what % do private employers pay in retirement plans? I mean, I'd kind of like to know that too. I don't have that information. That would be a good piece of information for us to acquire as we consider what we're going to do with Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 1, COLAs, you know, whatever else is out there. So They're just my thoughts. Thank you.
Representative Xu?
Yeah, and one more piece of information of context that I would like to have too is just kind of overall state employee turnover pre-Capers 3 and then post-Capers 3. Maybe it is really stark that Capers 3 disincentivizes people staying. I don't know, but that's not something that I've seen.
Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again. And kind of reference that, and I believe I see Tim Graham back there, but I don't know if it was KNEA, but there was a survey done, and I think it was of educators. If Capers 3 was, or a pension plan was considered when they were hired as compared to retention, staying on. And I remember that was presented to us last year during the same committee, so we might be able to do, and I don't know if it was KNEA or maybe it was just a legislative post audit, actually. It might have been in a post audit, but that would be another piece of that. But to Senator Dietrich and Representative Shoes, Mr. Chairman, if it's behooves of the committee that we could get research to look into all those and maybe email the committee with their findings of the request of Senator Dietrich and Representative Shoe on their questions for research, because I would be very interested in those as well.
Okay. You know, I don't know whether the information available, I don't know whether exit interviews are being done religiously and whether they're compiled and whether there's statistics available on exit interviews of different sections of our people. But, you know, in the example that Representative Shoe gave, my experience is that most people leaving a profession at 30 or 32 are not leaving because their pension's inadequate. There's some other, they're not even thinking 30 years ahead about what their pension is. There's some other factor. Not that we don't have an obligation to make sure that we have an adequate retirement program for them. But I struggle with someone who's 30 years old leaving their profession because they think the retirement plan is inadequate. And I'm guessing that has a lot more to do with work environment, work conditions, salary, those type of things than it does the retirement plan. But that does not relieve us of the obligation to have an acceptable plan. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, as we're looking at the public versus private disparity, I think it didn't come out in testimony, but I don't think Capers is taxed at state level. Is it in Kansas? So I think, whereas my private pension is taxed, I don't think Capers is taxed, but that should come out also. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Petty.
Well, I'm actually going to make a recommendation. I'm going to recommend that last year we had HB 2619 to expand the deferred retirement the drop program to all Capers members. So I'm going to recommend that be a recommendation from this committee as the bill move forward.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Is there a second? Representative Shoe seconds. Discussion on the motion. Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you. What was that bill number one more time, please?
2619.
2619. And do you know if there's I assume there's a fiscal note attached?
I don't know. We hadn't been able to get a fiscal note on the present drop program, so I'm not sure there could be a present. I guess we'd have to ask Capers that, because when we had this discussion today about drop, I don't know that I heard a fiscal note.
Any further discussion on the motion? David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify on the motion, is that to have that introduced as a committee bill? The 2619, or is it just to look at it?
I'm always I'm at a loss here, even after 12 years, to figure out when we have these interims, how stuff is going forward. So either is it just a recommendation that's coming from the committee, or if it's a committee bill. So I'm going to defer back to the chair here, or one of the chairs here. that process. It's a little,
Senator Petty, your motion was to make a recommendation. If you wish to change that motion to also include a bill drafted and pre-filed, you could also do that.
I'll keep it as a recommendation. That'll be a recommendation to have the drop, a recommendation that the drop program be expanded to membership for all KPERS members.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion?
I will speak to it. You don't mind, Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me?
I'd be glad to speak to it if you don't mind. I haven't spoken, I mean,
Sure.
nobody's needs to speak. Well, so for those of us that have, I mean, doesn't matter how long you've been here, but since it started in 2015 with a small, with the Highway Patrol, and yes, I think Senator Dietrich asked about whether the DROP program it did have a different purpose, I think, from 2015 than it does now. However, it is an incentive to continue to have the employees stay working within our state system, whether it be through KPNF as it is now, or whether it be through the state employees. And I have to say, I was mentioning to Representative Holzhauser that we actually had something along this way, with state employees that we did away with, that you could stay working for your employer, and you could retire and stay working for your employer and gain salary, and then the legislature and their wisdom did away with it. It wasn't called DROP, but it did keep people in working for the state. We have when you hear that we're ranked second in the nation and losing, I'll just use educators, that's my background. When we're losing educators, I think we should be looking for, and this, compared to some other things, doesn't have as high a price tag, although we don't really know what the price tag is, to keep people in the system. So that's why I'm recommending, because I think it does meet a need. It helps keep people working in their profession longer, and and helps to fill the need that we have within the state of Kansas. In this case, I'm speaking specifically to teachers, but it doesn't matter. We are seeing that whether we're talking about our revisor staff or whether we're talking about people in our correction system, we need to keep people employed, but we had to keep an incentive to want to keep working for us. And I think the DROP program is what's one of the attractive things about it, is that it does that.
Thank you very much. Committee will now vote. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion appears to fail. Okay. Division. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. Those opposed to the motion, please raise your right hand. 3 to 5. Are there other recommendations that you would like to see in the report? Representative Hoheisel.
I'm going to piggyback on Senator Petty's last motion. I'm going to make a motion that the legislator continues to research and study the DROP program. We'll get more data as we expanded it, and then we come back next session, analyze that data more, and continue to monitor and research it more. Not necessarily recommend that we do it, but that we consider it, I guess. I would say something like that, because I'd like to see, again, as we expanded it, I'd like to see the impact. Not ready to recommend that we open it to everybody, but so that'd be my motion, that the 2025 legislator continues to study this issue with any new data that comes in.
Is there a second on the motion? Senator Petty seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Additional recommendations. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple thoughts that I'm really focused on unfunded liabilities. And our number one issue in the state of Kansas is on contingent liabilities. And this is number one, this issue here. And when you look at the history of unfunded liabilities and you sit there and go from Tier 1 to Tier 2, there was a reason for that. We went from 2 to 3, there's a reason for that. I haven't been convinced of how we go from 3 to 2. I mean, it's, if you look at 3 today and compare that, like from 2011, unfunded liability is 9.2 billion. Today we heard 9.7. The highest I think it's ever been was 10.4. So we're the second highest we've ever been with that number, if I'm right about that. So that's something that crosses my mind. 65% of the population have Social Security only. 65%. And the other thing that caught my ear today was the 88% to 90 unfunded liabilities, which Wichita has. So I'm sitting there saying, well, how did they do that? You know, what's the magic formula to that? I sit here also thinking, well, what happened if we hadn't put the $500 million in and the $1 billion in and the $500 million in? What would our numbers be today? So we can thank God of that. That's what I would say. We've seen the numbers when I asked Alan the question about the $1 billion, how effective an investment that would be to put money into the unfunded liabilities while we have it. Because folks, very seldom have we had this kind of money sitting around and everybody says, oh, we got plenty of money. Well, I'm telling you, I know the spot it ought to go. And where I go with that is that I think that we should consider, this would be kind of my deal here, that we consider putting $1 billion of excess funds into unfunded liabilities for capers.
Seconds. Discussion on the motion.
Well, I know that my Senate colleague has been tireless in wanting to reduce unfunded liability, and I applaud him for that. But I think we have a bigger issue with our capers retirement system, looking at how we resolve the Tier 3 dilemma. You know, Alan shared with us that 88% of Kansan retirees live in Kansas, and that is that 1 in every 10 relies on a caper, is a capers retiree or is married to a capers retiree, relies on them for their well-being, their financial well-being. We can't underestimate the senior tsunami that is facing us. And capers is definitely a piece of that when you look at the number, when you look at those percentages. So I cannot support this recommendation because I think that we have to look at the whole picture. And I don't see that reducing, and the other piece is that unfunded liability, we have to take responsibility as a state that we didn't pay our portion for 25 years. You know, that doesn't fall back on any one administration, but it was a long-term situation that was created by us, by the legislature. And so I think that, and the same thing with Tier 3, that was created by the legislature as well. We've created some of these problems, and I think we have to look at a broader solution than just reducing the unfunded liability.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually on the committee with our wonderful state treasurer when we funded a $1.5 billion to help us through that time. While I think it's important to do the unfunded mandates, one of the things we don't know yet is how our tax bill last year, what's going to happen to us over the next year, how that is going to be our consistent revenues and things like that. I wouldn't mind doing 500,000 to start with, and if it comes back that we are doing just fine, I wouldn't have a problem going to $1 billion. But I do think we have to be conservative in what we do until we get hard facts on where the money is coming, what relief we gave last year, what's that actually going to cost us? And because we have to be good stewards of what's in our funds. So that's my feeling.
Okay. Senator Fagg?
Almost forgot my idea, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you, Representative Neighbor. You know, the $1 billion starts the conversation. And I would see that going through committee action to where it would go. But the $1 billion was we've got $3 or $4 billion there. So I think we need to make a serious commitment to this. The question is how much? So I could see that being developed as we go along.
Are you staying on that track?
No, I'm staying with the $1 billion
Okay.
on my deal, but I understand what you're saying. And I would see that coming along depending on how our budgets and stuff worked out. That's what I would be saying. So we could put any number into that we want. I put $1 billion in the motion. The other thing I'd like to say is we've got to be very careful with enhancements. I didn't say that earlier because that kind of goes.
They need to deal with the motion first.
Okay,
and then
all right.
make additional comments.
I stick with my motion.
Senator Dietrich on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on the motion, I have a question. Isn't your motion to consider adding? I wrote down, I move we consider adding $1 billion. That doesn't say, let's add $1 billion. It says, let's consider adding.
Yes. So that kind of covers it, yes.
Did I write that down correctly?
I would say consider adding. I'm not committing us to that number. I'm thinking that I want to have the conversation in our committees about this.
As a second, is that the way you understood it? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion passes. Are there further recommendations for the report? Representative Shue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm going to make a recommendation to request that the legislature, the respective committees, consider a cost of living adjustment for capers.
Is there a second on that? Representative Neighbor? Discussion? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just repeat that motion one more time?
It is a recommendation to request that the respective committees in each legislative chamber consider a cost of living adjustment.
Consider is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Consider. Thank you.
Additional discussion on the motion? Senator Dietrich?
You know, I had such a time with motions of my own yesterday. Representative Shue, we had a thought from Mr. Claudel that maybe it not be a compounding COLA. So during the consideration or discussions in our committees, could that be also a piece of your motion?
I would love for it to be. I would love to be able to have the discussion.
Okay.
So the motion is a recommendation that each standing committee have a discussion on COLAs. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Senator Fagg?
This goes back to what I was going to bring up earlier, I think, in discussion. Just remember that these enhancements, affect what we're doing here. Keep this in mind. That's the thing I'm hung up on. And we heard the number from what a COLA would cost us. So I'm just saying that this is something we need to be careful in. considering, I think bring up conversation, but I think we got to be careful. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Are there further recommendations for the committee or for the report? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been no, to my recollection, no motions made on Capers 3 enhancements, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to make a motion that the 2025 legislature continue to study further enhancements to Capers 3, not anything specific to what we heard today. I think we need some time to digest the data. I know there's a couple other ideas out there. I look forward to chatting with Treasurer Johnson. I know he has some further thoughts, so I don't want to get too specific today, but I would like the 2025 legislature to continue to consider enhancements within Capers 3, while at the same time having those enhancement costs paid for up front.
Is there a second on the motion? Representative Williams seconds. Discussion on the motion? Senator Petty?
I just need, so when you talk about enhancements to Tier 3, a little clarity.
So the enhancements, like the levers we heard today from Alan and Jared and Capers, of the length of time credits and stuff like that, those kind of enhancements / improvements within the Capers 3 system. Or the tier, without getting specific on what those enhancements are yet.
All right.
Further discussion on the motion? Senator Dietrich?
I do apologize, but just to be clear, you're talking about the possibility of changing the benefit structure, say enhancements.
Yeah, yes.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wanting to give a quick example. Somebody had asked for us to pull some history out. When I first started working in banking, the guy that owned the bank put 15% in a retirement fund. I put nothing. When I left as a loan officer, they put in 3, I put in 3. So I'm telling you, you go check around banks, you check around some of these things. This thing has went down in value, and we've got to be careful with that. So just want to bring that up.
Any additional discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Are there any additional recommendations for the report? Okay, seeing none, you have the information that you need for the report? Okay. Is there any other business that needs to come before us? Senator Petty?
I just would like to thank Chairman Longbine for his service and on the Senate side, FNII, which I've never served on, but except for this interim joint committee, and because I think that it brings, you've provided a great leadership over the years, and I know that you have lots of things in your wheelhouse that you're going to be doing in the future.
Thank you, Senator Petty. Quite honestly, we had enough of that yesterday and enough of it last night, and hopefully it doesn't continue into tomorrow. So, seeing no other business, this committee is adjourned.